Yep. Do we have Jesse on Zoom? Yep. Yep, perfect, great. And you can hear me okay, Jesse? Great, thank you so much. They kind of have you on a really small screen. I apologize about that, Jesse. So feel free to raise your hand virtually. Wait, all the things to get to my attention. There, much better. Thank you, thank you. Great. And you can hear me okay, Jesse? Great.
Yep, loud and clear.
They kind of have you on a really small screen. I apologize about that, Jesse. So feel free to raise your hand virtually. Wait, It's not you, Jesse. It's recording, I guess. Thank you, thank you. Gosh. I mean, I could just move my mouth. All right. The November 5th Lane Community College Board of Education meeting will be called to order. Nicole, will you please call the roll?
Yes. Kevin Alltucker.
Here.
Austin Fulnegi.
Here.
Amelia Hampton.
Here.
Jesse Maldonado.
Here.
Steve Mattal.
Here.
Zach Mulholland.
Here.
Jerry Rust.
Here.
And Julie Wiesman. Here.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Next, we're moving on to the land acknowledgement. The land acknowledgement speaker is Alejandro Ramirez. Alejandro? Great to see you again.
Okay, I'd like to start our meeting with the acknowledgement that the land we are on is the traditional homelands of the Kalapuya people. The Kalapuya were stewards of this very land for over 14,000 years before their traditional way of life was forever disrupted. We start our meeting with humility and reverence for the original inhabitants, the Kalapuya.
Thank you. And we do, for those who don't know, we do a rotation, and this was one of our student representatives in this rotation. Thank you for doing that. Next, we're moving on to the equity lens. The equity lens comprises of different questions for us to consider and to think about. One of the questions I want to highlight is, how have we intentionally involved stakeholders who are also members of the community affected by these policies, programs, practices, or decision in the decision-making process? So I want just to acknowledge that we can always take an opportunity to have an equity lens approach with our different actions as a board.
Excuse me, Board Chair Fulnegi, I think we skipped 1C. Was that intentional?
No. I got 1C as the next item. My apologies. Nope, that was not intentional. My apologies. Next is the adoption of the agenda. Do we have a motion to adopt the agenda for the November 5th, 25 board meeting? So moved. And do we have a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Any abstention? Excellent. My apologies for skipping that. We will go right over to the comment from the board chair. Now, this comment was agreed upon by the board through a process that included legal and myself in a discussion. So I will go ahead and read this statement now. The board is issuing this statement to provide clear clarification regarding the meetings conducted by Dr. Balger in August concerning the implementation of the 25-26 budget approved in June. As Dr. Balger is an administrator and not a member of the college governing body, she's not legally subject to Oregon open meeting statutes. This is not legally, it is not legally possible for her to violate Oregon open meeting laws. Moving on to the next topic, which is the responses to information requests. Is there any questions or comments in regards to the information requests? All right, seeing none, we will now move on to public comment. The board will not respond directly to public comments. My apologies, 1 second here, because I have to switch this up a little bit. The board will not respond directly to any issues raised during public comment, but will refer those issues to the president as appropriate. I believe we have 40 people signed up for public comment? More than 40 people signed up. So we will be limiting our comments to 2 minutes each. And I know that in this time period, you might want to applause during public comment. That does prevent us from keeping decorum and so forth. So I ask you to do the ASL hand wave to show support and so forth, so we can continue on with public comment in the most expedient way possible. So with that, we will go forward with a 2-minute timer on public comment. Nicole, will you read the first? Oh, and really quick, we also start with students first in public comment because we want to make sure that they are able to speak to the board and have the opportunity to do so.
Thank you. So the first 2 students I have listed, first up we have is Kevin Ralph, and next up is Kigo Hekazako.
Good evening, President Bolger, President Hampton, and the esteemed board members. I'd like to take a brief moment to introduce myself. My name is Kevin Ralph. I am the chair of the Council of Clubs, which you've now renamed to the Coalition of Student Organizations. And my purpose here is to let you guys know about my process what I do at Lane Community College with supporting our clubs and making initiatives to all move forward in this process and do as much as I can to help make sure we have a good cohesive atmosphere. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next we have Kigo Hakazako, and following is Lewis Eldridge.
Good evening, President Burja, President Hampton, and esteemed board members. I'd like to take a brief moment to introduce myself. I'm Keigo Hokazono. I'm from Japan. I'm part of the Student Government Association, and I'm responsible for Center 5. I'm the outreach coordinator. I promote diversity, equity, and inclusion, and connect students with student government. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have Lewis Eldridge, following is Casely Beasley Bennett.
President Bolger, board members, my name is Lewis Robinson, and I am a current student at LCC. LCC must protect the resources that give students hope, because without them, we lose futures. I was homeless, jobless, and living in a shelter, but I found a lifeline through the STEP program at LCC's main campus, where small classes and inclusive spaces helped me believe in myself again and provided me hope that I can actually attend college here and gain a meaningful career by going to school here. The Titan Food Pantry, Care Office, and Multicultural Center weren't just services, they were survival tools. They made college feel possible. Now, LCC wants to cut those very lifelines, increase class sizes by 50%, dismantling the DEI office, closing the health clinic, and refusing protections for immigrant students and campus safety. If these cuts go through, students like me won't just lose access, we'll lose hope. And that means fewer Titans rising from hardship, fewer stories of transformation, and fewer chances to change lives. We can stop this. We can vote for leaders who protect what matters. We can stand with the faculty fighting for a fair contract. And we can remind LCC what it means to be a community college. All it takes is a leap of faith. That's all it is, a leap of faith.
Thank you.
Next we have Casey Beasley Bennett, following is Helen Liu.
The following letter was signed by 38 students of Lane Community College. Some of the original letter has been cut for time, and a more complete letter and full list of signatories is available in the meeting documents. Dear members of the LCC Board of Education, we are responding to the letter from the LCC Student Government Association provided for this meeting, calling for a policy to control, restrict, and take down lawn signs placed around campus, calling attention specifically to the teachers' union Fair Contract Now signs. The letter claimed that the signs were weathered, detached, or misplaced and create visual clutter and detract from student spaces. The SGA's letter also implies that the signs are irrelevant to students, and the union contract negotiations should be relegated to spaces primarily meant for faculty. We do not believe that the SGA's perspective adequately respects the true opinions and interests of the associated students of LCC. The claim about the sign's visual impact is untrue. The state of the signs is, with very few exceptions, near pristine, and the signs do little to detract from student spaces. We believe that the SGA's claim that the signs are irrelevant to students to be wildly inaccurate. The union's negotiations with the administration have deeply involved the interests of the student body, and the union has been fighting to make the campus a better, safer place for us to learn. The administration's contract proposals include many provisions that would negatively impact the lives of students that attend this school, such as increasing class sizes up to 50% with the possibility for more increases in the future at the sole discretion of administration, mandatory overload classes, further increasing instructor workload and severely impacting their ability to give students the attention they deserve, removing protections for the on-campus health clinic, which would allow the administration to severely interfere with and possibly defund the health clinic altogether, cutting funding and requirements for DEI curriculum and training, effectively removing one of the strongest ways for our college to fight against systemic oppression in the day-to-day, and eliminating the requirement for the Native American Student Association coordinator and the Longhouse steward to be two separate positions, significantly impacting the voice of our Indigenous community members.
Next, we have Helen Liu,
Part
followed
two.
by Elian Davis.
Part 2 of that same letter. Conversely, in LCCEA's recent contract proposals, they have been fighting for, 1, increased staffing for valuable student services such as counseling, mental health, advising, and tutoring, as well as supporting the food and housing needs of our fellow students. 2, funding open education resources as alternatives to textbooks, thereby increasing the financial accessibility of this institution for lower-income students. 3, instituting sanctuary campus provisions to help protect students and faculty against ICE. And 4, instituting protections for the academic freedom of students and faculty. Recent moves by the administration also seem to suggest that they are trying to bypass the board and make decisions that they do not have the authority to make, such as cutting programs and classes without the required board approval, putting many classes that we are passionate about at risk. The union's fight for a fair contract is one of those most powerful tools currently pushing back against the administration's anti-student actions. The union's fight is therefore absolutely essential to ensuring the future of this school that we know and love. Students need to be aware of this fight, and framing it as an issue for faculty alone to be aware of is absurd. Additionally, the SGA's implication that these signs have overstayed their welcome or have exceeded their intended display period is clearly untrue, since the LCCEA's contract negotiations are still currently ongoing. In light of these points, we students of the LCC need you to know that the opinion of the SGA is not representative of the viewpoints of the student body as a whole, and urge the board to disregard the SGA's request for the regulation and/or removal of these signs. Sincerely, the undersigned students of LCC.
Next up, we have Elian Davis. Following is Jeremiah Powers.
Good evening. I've been a student at LCC for 4 years and part of the Neurodivergent Student Union for 3.5. Less than a week ago, the Neurodivergent Student Union found out that the Student Government Association had written a letter addressing various concerns about what they called outdated and irrelevant signs around campus, and asked for the removal of the signs in favor of viewpoint-neutral signs that have to be approved before they can be put up. The statement I'm reading today is a differing perspective written collaboratively by the general membership and student leaders of the Neurodivergent Student Union, or NDSU. We are here to speak up to make sure that a variety of student voices are heard. SGA does not speak for all students. Firstly, the signs in question are not outdated, as they advocate for a fair contract, and contract negotiations are still actively happening. Secondly, we do not agree that these signs are irrelevant to students, and in fact, they provide an opportunity for the kind of discussions that help students grow. Faculty and staff success is not only helpful, but vital to ensuring student success. Students cannot be successful in a learning environment where they are not being prioritized. Factors like class size are extremely important to the quality of education for students at LCC. When we discussed the issue at NDSU's meeting today, several students shared stories of how they were directly and positively affected by small class sizes. For example, Zoe, who is a current LCC student, said, "One of my favorite writing classes was often referred to as therapy class by those taking it because of how much support we got, not only from the instructor, but from each other. My professor would not have been able to give as detailed feedback and support had she had more students." Similarly, we are aware that LCC administration has cut programs in classes that are essential for student retention and student success, yet LCCEA is fighting against this. The class Zoe took has since been eliminated as the course is not part of a transferred degree program and therefore it made it an acceptable target for cost cutting. The overall consensus of student experiences was that in small class sizes, they were able to receive direct and personalized support from professors. In addition, students need to know what classes are going to be offered
Finish your
and not
last
be
thought.
blindsided when they are unexpectedly cut.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Jeremiah Powers. Following is Amanda Fallon.
Hi, continuing the letter from the NDSU. Additionally, LCCEA is fighting for adequate staffing and resources in areas like the health clinic and mental health and wellness center. Cutting access to these areas and eliminating mandatory training on bias, discrimination, microaggressions, and curriculums about marginalized communities will only alienate students and make it more difficult for students to participate in their education and community. We do agree with SGA that some signs around campus are potentially confusing and lack accessibility. However, instead of demanding that the signs be taken down or completely redesigned, we have an alternative suggestion. Adding a QR code to the existing sign designs that students and staff can scan to learn more about the issue, and adding a line at the bottom about where to find the information in an alternative format. This not only reduces confusion, but also promotes student involvement with issues that affect their experience and ability to be successful at LCC. However, while we support these small additions, we want to make it very clear that we are against regulating the content or wording of signs on campus as it infringes on LCCEA's freedom of speech. Therefore, we are especially concerned with the request for signs to be quote-unquote viewpoint neutral. We feel that this infringes on the free speech of faculty and students. Viewpoint neutral is vague and subjective, and there are many statements that you cannot make viewpoint neutral without compromising the core message. Several of our members expressed worry that this kind of approval process could easily be weaponized to shut down equal discussion and silence the voices of marginalized people on campus. As said in LCC's freedom of inquiry and expression policy, discussion and expression of all views within the college shall be limited only by civil and criminal law. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Amanda Fallon. Following is Jess Farrell.
Good evening, President Bulger, President Hampton, esteemed board members. I'm going to read for you the actual letter from Student Government Association that we sent. October 14th, 2025, subject, request for removal of outdated signage and development of posting policy. Dear President Bulger and LCC leadership, we hope this message finds you well. As members of the Student Government Association representing the associated students of Lane Community College, we want to begin by acknowledging and respecting the right of faculty and staff to advocate for fair working conditions. We recognize the important role that collective expressions play in fostering dialogue and advance shared values across our campus community. However, we are writing to express a concern regarding the ongoing presence of protest signs that have been placed around campus for an extended period of time. While we understand and appreciate the intent behind the message, many of these signs now exceed a standard time and place, and manner expectations applied to all other student and community postings. In several areas, the signage has become weathered, detached, or misplaced, creating visual clutter and detracting from shared student spaces. Under the current procedures, postings and displays are expected to be time limited to maintain freshness and relevance, be approved through appropriate channels, i.e. student life and leadership or site supervisors, comply with safety, accessibility, and non-discrimination standards, and be removed promptly after the event or the campaign period ends. Unfortunately, there are presently no clear college-wide guidelines governing yard signs, banners, or extended public displays, which has led to an inconsistent practice and confusion among students, employees, and external partners. We respectfully request that the college address this gap by 1, coordinating with the facility union faculty union to remove 80 to 100% of existing yard signs that have exceeded their intended display period or that no longer meet current posting standards. 2, develop a clear viewpoint neutral posting and signage policy, including rules for yard signs,
Finish
banners,
your thought.
A-frames.
Sorry, we're at time, sorry. If you could finish your last thought, we can go from there.
All groups who wish to share messages on campus. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jess Farrell.
I will
Following
not
is
be
Ethan Quinlan.
continuing the letter. This is separate, but that is publicly posted just for information. But good evening, President Bolger, President Hampton, and board members. There have been concerns that the Student Government Association has not acted in the best interest regarding LCCEA distribution of literature. While we as an organization still believes that there needs to be policy or procedure regarding how long and to what extent individuals and groups are able to distribute speech, this would be a different conversation if it was hate speech. There's an undeniable alliance between students and faculty. We need to protect teachers and make sure that students are able to thrive on campus. Our intention was not to censor our wonderful faculty, but instead raise awareness to the productivity of excessive, unclear signage. The magnitude of yard signs on our beautiful campus does contribute to message fatigue. It lacks any information about LCCEA cause or calls to any sort of action but that of a vague demand of a fair contract. I ask you to consider these questions when drafting a procedure as described in our letter. What do you want us to hear? What is the main concern? What do you want us to know? What do you want us to do? Students should be rallying with teachers, such as the Rally Downtown by Titan Court, a student space, where students can participate in free speech and advocate for the issues arising for fair contracts for faculty. It is disheartening that the message of these signs were up during commencement and weeks of welcome, taking away spotlight from students and turning the attention to the fact that compromise and negotiations cannot be made. We are trying to encourage thoughtful, clear, productive language and union movements from our educators. It is clear that the cluttering of signs in student spaces is not a way to reach students and is in the interest of annoying higher education. I ask you to consider how many students have asked, what are those fair contract signs around campus? And how many times you are able to provide actionable items for those students. Students, please continue to ask questions and raise concerns. And if your student representatives are not accurately representing your voice, I encourage you to come to our public Senate meetings Tuesdays 4 to 6 or Senator office hours. To our educators, I beg of you to lead by example on how to plant a seed of a union in a way that allows an abundance of growth so that we can all thrive and change.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ethan Quinlan. Following is Victoria Acosta.
Hi, my name is Ethan Guillen, and I've been a student here at Lane since 2019. I love this community, and I'm deeply invested in it, but I'm also deeply disturbed by changes in recent years. When the previous head of dance retired, no replacement was hired, and it's not surprising that without someone coordinating the dance program, class sizes and offerings have dwindled. Recruiting and inspiring students made the dance program at LCC world-class. This has been worsened recently by constant cancellation of classes, often far ahead of the term and for future terms, and this is impacting everybody, not just the dance program. I know 2 teachers who were told their classes would be canceled by the end of the week if they didn't meet a certain limit, only to have their classes canceled the next day, ahead of the deadline they were given. Students in the dance program no longer have many credits at all to transfer to 4-year dance programs, which of course is, what I understand community college to be doing. I'd like to understand the logic of all this. How many students are required for LCC to break even in offering a class? I'm here also in solidarity with LCCEA and their demand for a fair contract that safeguards the student experience. The professors are close to the student experience. They understand us, something that the current LCC administration does not appear to have great regard for. Finally, I stand in support of democratic governance at LCC. You, the board, need to be calling the shots. The sickening impunity we see at the federal level cannot be replicated at Lane Community College. Oregon is a place of laws, and LCC has been an incredible and nurturing place for students. As a student, I ask that if the petty authoritarianism of the current LCC leadership who are threatening and surveilling those who speak up and organizing meetings that spur contravention of Oregon's open meeting laws continues, I'm not comforted that arranging for breaking of open meeting laws is not a crime. You as a board must remove those who defy democratic governance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Victoria Acosta. Following is Devin Lawson.
I'd like to publicly just say that I'm a member of MECHA and that this voice isn't just me. This is representing my community and my people. This is just a spoken word poem I wrote out loud. Faculty stand tall, truth in their hand, fighting for college, for the students, for the land. Meetings in the dark, nah, that ain't the plan. We demand open doors, let the people understand. They say no quorum, but the vibe feels shady. Backroom talks while the campus feels crazy. We build futures, they build walls lately. Transparency's power, don't play vaguely. We teach, we rise, we fight to be seen. Justice in our hearts, not behind the screen. We stand together, clear and clean. Faculty united, keep the mission clean. Paper trails show who's in control, but the classroom's the heartbeat, the faculty's the soul. You can't hush voices that make minds whole. You can't lead a school if you don't play bold. Respect the board, respect the call, respect the folks who built it all. You can't run a trust like a private stall. When it's public good, it belongs to all. No fear, no hush, we'll speak our truth. From seasoned staff to the campus youth, we want open doors, not secret booths. We're the backbone, we bring proof. So here's to the teachers, the dreamers, the fight, to those who show up when it's cold at night. We stand for the truth, we stand for what's right. Faculty power, keep the flame in sight. And I just want to say publicly, we should be utilizing the LCC emergency message board for publicly announcing ICE sightings on campus. This is about human justice. This is about peace. This is about human decency. These are not just students, these are migrants, these are people who have paid to attend this college, these are people who have crossed the borders and jumped over hurdles that no one has crossed before. As a Mexican American, I'd like to say getting here was the hardest journey I have ever had to make in the 18 years I have ever lived. Utilize immigrant students. Thank you.
Before you begin, Devin, just a reminder, I'm really inspired by what we've heard from our students so far. I do ask that we keep the applause and we go back to ASL. Thank you so much. I appreciate the decorum here. Go ahead, Devin.
First, I'd like to say, those students who are here, I think it's clear which students are on your side and which are on the administration side. Good evening, board members, President Bolger, and fellow community members. My name is Devin Lawson. I'm an 18-year-old LCC student, restaurant manager, and your appointed student commissioner on the Oregon Higher Education Coordinating Committee. Before I begin, I must state that these are my personal views. They do not represent HEC or the state of Oregon. As someone who's fought for education equity since I was 15, including running for the board at just 18, I stand here a day after an energizing election day to speak from the heart about free expression, fairness, and our shared future at LCC. I appreciate the ASLCC's October 14th letter raising concerns about protest signage like the LCCA's Fair Contract Yard signs. Their call for a clear viewpoint neutral posting policy is thoughtful and student-centered. I hear you. We all value a welcoming campus free from clutter, but we need to address this head-on. Removing these signs now would be unlawful and undermine the democratic principles we cherish. These signs are not outdated. They're vital alerts during an ongoing 8-month bargaining crisis where admin proposals are the worst some faculty have seen in 28 years. Under Oregon labor laws, union activities like signage are protected as affirmed by the National Labor Relations Act and Oregon revised statutes, which deems interference in an unfair labor practice. Students are the intended audience here, and for good reason. If admin proposals pass, we would face devastation. No added protections against lockdowns, more mental health clinicians or ICE raids on immigrant students and staff, class sizes ballooning 50% plus, limiting personalized support, and closures of the DEI office, multicultural center, and student health clinic. Larger class sizes mean less attention when we need it most. Shuttered centers erase safe spaces for marginalized voices. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
As that was our last student, next we will be moving on to going back and forth between in-person and online. So our first in-person public comment will be Margaret Bayless, following by online will be Mary Spieldy.
I am past president of the Lane Faculty Union and past English instructor, retired after 22 years, and now I'm a concerned community member. While at Lane, I was on bargaining teams engaged in interest-based and in adversarial bargaining. This is the worst adversarial bargaining I've seen in 40 years in education. The college administration is engaged in this kind of bargaining led by an attorney who clearly has been hired for that express purpose at great financial expense to the college and great expense of the morale of the faculty. The elected board's integrity is at stake when you fail to instruct the college president, your sole employee, to reach a fair contract with the faculty union. The instructors at Lane are the employees hired expressly to create and ensure Lane students have transformative paths to achieve academic and technical excellence. Lane Community College continues to be a beloved institution because of the quality of education provided by these instructors. As the elected Lane board, show Lane instructors the respect and support they deserve by insisting on a fair faculty contract. Thank you.
Next, our online commenter is Mary Spieldy, following by in-person is Rachel Knighton.
Good evening, President Bulger and members of the board. My name is Mary Spieldy. I'm puzzled by the allegation that President Bulger violated public meetings law by meeting individually with board members. While I was president for 16 years, I met almost every month with board members outside of board meetings. It was no secret. My predecessor, Dr. Jerry Moskos, did the same, and across the country, presidents meet with board members in small groups to share information and to educate. So why is this an issue after decades of history? I don't believe that meeting with board members when there is less than a quorum is a violation of public meetings law. It is part of the president's job to share information, educate, and ensure that board members have everything they need to make informed decisions. I'm also puzzled by the allegation that President Bulger is violating local budget law by sharing scenarios and starting the budget process. Ultimately, of course, the local budget committee and the board approves the budget, but this process starts long before that. In fact, the local budget law requires that the college present a budget to the budget committee. That doesn't appear from thin air. The work starts in the fall, developing assumptions, creating scenarios, identifying budget projections, and potential shortfalls. During my tenure here, we started the budget process about this time of year. Our shared governance system, College Council, and the Budget Development Subcommittee, which included union leaders, were involved. So why, again, is this an issue? As a board, you have fiduciary responsibility. Please take this responsibility seriously. Support the president in doing the planning that needs to be done. Let the administration, along with college governance, proactively do the work necessary to present a sustainable budget to the budget committee and to you. Thank you.
Next, our in-person speaker is Rachel Knighton, following by our online speaker, Leslie Soriano Cervantes.
Good evening. I'm Rachel Knighton. I am reading this statement as a union member and for Dr. Geneva Anderson, biology faculty member who could not be here tonight. Thank you for the opportunity to share some of the concerns my students have expressed regarding the recent mid-year course cancellations in science and across campus. Below are excerpts of statements sent to me by my most impacted students. Student 1, quote, I was looking forward to the year-long registration as I could secure my spots in classes without having to worry about extra deadlines to enroll in classes throughout the year, but now I have lost trust in the ability to get my education through Lane Community College. Now I worry about the other classes I signed up for getting canceled and how it will affect my college plan. I generally feel like I got scammed. I just want to better myself and move forward in my life, but I'm not sure it's possible with the overarching lack of support coming from the top made apparent by this decision. Student number 2 wrote, since Lane Community College no longer offers the courses I need until next fall, I'm forced to take the class at the U of O in order to stay on track for my degree and graduate in a timely manner. Student number 3 writes, I'm writing because I'm genuinely outraged by how the spring course schedule has been handled. Several classes I and many others were planning to take have been removed with no notice, no explanation, and no communication whatsoever. That is completely unacceptable for any institution that claims to put students first. Budget cuts are not an excuse for silence. Students deserve honesty, consistency, and respect, not last-minute surprises that throw entire academic plans into chaos. You have a chance to fix this, to turn this mistake into a demonstration of accountability and leadership. And those are the 3 quotes. Continuing with Dr. Geneva Anderson's statement, I would like to express my gratitude to the Science Division Dean, staff, and faculty for their
If you can
commitment to
finish your thought.
supporting students throughout this transition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have our online commenter is Leslie Soriano Cervantes. And following is Wendy Simmons.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, President Bolger and esteemed board members. My name is Leslie Soriano Cervantes, and I'm reading this statement in solidarity with my colleague and on behalf of baking instructor Chef Jamie Goodrich, who could not be here tonight. As a part-time instructor, I am already working a full-time schedule between teaching, running my own business, and working another part-time job as a single mother. Balancing it has all become nearly impossible. I cannot afford the health care they're asking me to pay for and $900 a month for rent. With today's economy, cutting pay or benefits, it's not sustainable. Taking away benefits, pay, and opportunities from dedicated faculty is unfair and unacceptable. We are the backbone of this college. Without the time, energy, and dedication of instructors, there would be no programs, no growth, and no success for students. We need a college that supports its faculty. Our baking and pastry program runs a 9-month certificate designed to prepare students for real-world careers. Proposals to extend workloads into summer make no sense for a short-term trade-focused program. Larger class size would only dilute the quality of education, especially in a hands-on lab environment that always struggles to maintain equipment and tools due to limited funding. We're already doing more with less. Despite all this, I've continued to ensure our program exceeds expectations. We've had consistent wait list every year, expanded to 2 cohorts due to demand, and earned recognition and awards from the community, taking the crown again, the best of the best in town. We regularly receive catering requests from large multi-million-dollar companies that we're forced to decline because we don't have the
Finish your
funding
thought.
support to take them on.
Thank
Did
you.
my time run out?
Yeah, unfortunately, yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Next, we have Wendy Simmons, followed by online commenter Paula Tawney.
Good evening, board members and President Bolger. I'm Wendy Simmons, and I'm reading this statement in solidarity with my faculty colleagues. Earlier this week, the Platform Committee of the Democratic Party of Lane County passed a resolution calling for supporting and restoring democracy on the Lane Community College Board of Education. Titled Resolution, a resolution of the Democratic Party of Lane County support representational democracy on the Lane Community College Board of Education, the resolution passed with a do pass recommendation for the next step in the process. The resolution recognizes that the Lane Community College Board was excluded from decision-making about the hiatus of the licensed practical nurse program for the 25 to 26 academic year, and that the students and the public received no notice or no opportunity to provide public comment at any open meeting of the Lane Community College Board of Education prior to the suspension of the program. It recognizes that the LCC Board of Education voted on September 30th, 2025 to exclude a reference to $3 million in cuts each year for the next 3 years, yet the LCC administration continues to promote these cuts as accepted or approved by the board. This claim persists even though the budget development process has not yet begun, and even though the LCC board has long-standing policy practice and precedent with decades of voting history on agenda setting, program and service cuts, reductions, and suspensions. It recognizes that the DPLC endorses local candidates to school boards and other local offices and believes in representational democracy, and that limiting the role of the elected Board of Education members contravenes the public interest. Therefore, be it resolved that the Democratic Party of Lane County leadership will reach out to the Lane Community College Board to uphold representational democracy, to ensure the board conforms to open meeting law, and that it does not limit community input through public comment. In addition, the Democratic Party of Lane County leadership asks the board to continue to uphold the existing board policy, practice, and precedent of making decisions on agendas and voting on program and
Finish your
service cuts, reductions, and suspensions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, our online commenter is Paula Tani, followed by Vinny Blanco.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry I had to stay home. I've got a bit of a fever, but I'm going to draw on a proverb from my religious upbringing. In the multitude of counselors, there is safety. That quote just keeps coming to mind for me. Another translation says, there is safety in having many advisors. We are safer when we have broad input before decisions are made. The budget listening sessions and thought exchange feedback tool give the appearance of being open to input. Sorry, I'm looking at my other monitor. However, the college recently cut 100 sections from the class schedule. Winter term classes were cut before students even had a chance to register for them. Classes have never been canceled this far in advance. Why was this done? My colleagues, Dan and Peter, have been working hard in growing the engineering program. This will hurt their program. How do these cuts support the president's priority of growing enrollment? This past summer, the LPN program was cut without a board vote or community input. We have no idea why this was done. This type of decision-making hurts the college and hurts our morale. The board has primary authority for the budget and for programs. I am asking for a different type of decision-making. Good decisions are made when we have broad input. The board has not approved cuts for fiscal year 2027, but the 3.2 million number keeps getting repeated. Yes, overspending would be dangerous for LCC's fiscal health, but there is also the danger of reckless and hasty cuts that hurt enrollment and cut programs and classes unnecessarily. Members of the Budget Development Subcommittee bring experience and creative problem solving to the budget process. We can create good solutions together. In the multitude of counselors, there is safety. I would love for us to move together collaboratively. We can do this together. It's our college. It's everyone's college. It's Lane County's college. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next in-person speaker is Vinny Blanco, followed by online speaker Jen Sacklin. Moving on to our online speaker, Jen Sacklin, followed by in-person Kevin O'Feargle.
All right, good evening.
Excellent. Go ahead.
So good evening. My name is Jen Sacklin, and I'm a part-time faculty member in English as a second language and Career Pathways, and a part-time classified staff member in Career Pathways. And I'm here tonight to talk to you about class sizes. I believe several of you have high school aged kids, or at least know people who are recently on the college hunt. And as you probably know, elite colleges and universities advertise their small class sizes because reduced class sizes are linked with increased academic engagement, student effort, initiative taking in the classroom, and exam performance. However, the administration's current proposal in faculty bargaining is to increase class sizes by 150%. You, the board, use an equity lens for all of your decisions, and the contract that we faculty sign is with you. So please think, who would be most detrimentally impacted by ridiculously large class sizes? It would be the students who have a hard time speaking up, which includes those whose first language is not English. first-generation college students who don't have the model of what an engaged, assertive college student might look like, students with disabilities whose needs the teacher doesn't have time to meet. This is an equity issue. This is also a retention issue. I started my 2 minutes here saying that elite colleges and universities brag about lower class sizes. LCC is not an elite college. As one of my former bosses likes to say, we accept the top 100% of all applicants, but our students deserve a quality education. And maybe you were thinking back to lecture classes you may have been in with 200 other students thinking, what would it matter if those lectures grew by 150%? What's 100 nameless faces in a sea of other nameless faces? But LCC does not have classes like that. Our average class size is 21 students. One of my good friends attended LCC for 2 years before transferring to the U of O, and he said that the personalized attention from the teachers at LCC meant that his LCC education was far better than his U of O education. Do you really think we will achieve our retention goals by turning our students into a sea of nameless faces? Please consider the contract that we're signing with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Kevin O'Farrell. Following is online Mandy Pritchard.
Good evening. As a member of this community, as well as a member of the faculty union, I would like to publicly thank the chair and vice chair for their commitment to transparency. This past August, the president, for her own purposes and in defiance of board members' clearly articulated concerns, scheduled and held several private meetings with members of this board to discuss college business in likely violation of state law. She dismissed their apprehension and went so far as to ironically reframe the chair's communication as a, quote, distraction. I find her casual disregard for the
Point of
law.
order, Chair,
and
for just a moment.
Yeah,
We have a
Go ahead,
policy.
do a pause on the timer. Point of order.
We have a policy about not attacking anyone. And we just mentioned at the beginning of this meeting that the president
Oh,
is
order,
not,
order.
is not violating open meeting law.
No, so, so, so we need order, Board operating procedures state that individual attack cannot be conducted. He was providing information at this point, is my understanding. Parliamentarian, would you like to speak on that? Thank you, by the way, for your pause.
Thank you, Chair. Paul Bells Templeman, professional registered parliamentarian. In terms of when you have a point of order, you should make a ruling, whether that is well taken or not. I believe yours was it was not well taken. You gave some reasons why. If the board wishes to appeal your ruling, they may do that by making a motion to appeal your decision or to appeal the decision of the chair, at which time that can be taken up.
Correct. So that is my ruling, that it's not stated as a personal attack or a threatening remark, and he has the right to speak on this. If we could put the timer back to 1:40, I believe, is what I last saw.
Mr. Chair, the timer will begin with 1 minute and 40 seconds. However, the first 40 seconds won't show up on the screen.
Understood.
They'll reappear when we hit one minute.
Excellent. Go ahead. Thank you.
I find the president's casual disregard for the law and board policy alarming, and I am appalled by her conduct toward the elected officials for whom she works. The president continues to maintain that these meetings were not subject to the state's public meetings law, and her representatives claim that anyone who disagrees with that assessment is misunderstanding the law. I rarely have occasion to share my background, but it is relevant here. Prior to joining Lane, I worked as a special agent for the state of New Mexico, where my responsibilities included conducting criminal, civil, and administrative investigations of political corruption and abuse of office. If there is one thing I know how to do well, it is to read and interpret statutes. And I say with all confidence, the president's interpretation of the law is both selective and flawed. Her interpretation, moreover, is not sound legal advice, the purpose of which would be to protect the board. It is self-serving. It is a self-serving defense of her actions that recklessly exposes board members to personal legal risks. You don't need to take my word for it. It is in the guidance of the state public meetings law. The Oregon Attorney General's office characterizes the use of private meetings, even for informational purposes, as, quote, risky, and explicitly recommends against the practice because, quote, it creates the appearance of impropriety and runs contrary to the policy of the meetings law. I would gently remind members of this board that the president is their employee. The law allows the board to delegate much of its authority to the president to carry out the board's policies and directives and even to reasonably exercise discretion. It cannot, however, delegate away its ultimate responsibility for adherence to state law, nor the personal liability that members have taken in assuming their positions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our final online commenter is Mandy Pritchard, followed by Jim Salt.
Good evening, Chair Fold-Nagy, President Bolger, President Hamilton, and members of the board. I'm Mandy Pritchard. I'm your Dean of Student Support, and I'm here to speak about November 8th being National First Generation College Celebration Day. In the late 1970s, as Congress prepared to reauthorize the Higher Education Act of 1965, TRIO leaders from across the country sought to unify the admission criteria for the programs. A working group called the National Coordinating Council of Educational Opportunity Associations, the precursor to the Council of Opportunity in Education, introduced the idea of first-generation college student as a universal criteria for admission to TRIO programs during the hearings leading up to 1980 HEA reauthorization. The term first-generation college student was codified into law in the TRIO section of the Higher Education Act. Following recommendations from TRIO leaders, the 1980 HEA reauthorization included language in the TRIO section defining a first-generation college student as an individual whose parents did not complete a bachelor's degree. COE, in partnership with the Association of Student Personnel Administrators Center for First Generation Success, in 2017, launched the first National First Generation College Celebration. In effort to amplify the experience of our first generation college students, the country now marks this event on November 18th. And that is in celebration of the signing of the Higher Education Act. You are all welcome to join our TRIO students and staff on Thursday, November 6th from 1:30 to 3:30 on the second floor of Building 1 as we celebrate our first generation college students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jim Salt, followed by Zara Pastos.
Thank you. My name is Jim Salt. I teach sociology here. Good evening. I'd planned to discuss last month's claim made twice by President Bolger that when commenters addressed the board, we are really just addressing the president, a claim I believe is both fundamentally wrong and highly problematic. We are here tonight to address the board, sometimes to address the president, sometimes to address the entire community. I'm addressing everyone tonight. But the release this week of emails between the president and board members showing collusion to undermine the authority of the board and the will of a majority of board members to simply get an item on the board agenda obviously points to a much bigger problem. The good news is that these communications help us understand what is really behind the tensions that we've seen at these board meetings for many months. The bad news, obviously, is it is now clear that the president, with the support of a minority of the board, has intentionally worked secretively to prevent the board from controlling its own agenda, and thereby has prevented the board from actually being able to function as a board. And of course, it's not just agenda items, but really the whole question of what authority the board delegates to the president. So let's be clear, as are the laws and board policies that govern this. The board delegates authority to the president and through her to other administrators and the governance system. But that doesn't mean the board delegates all authority or that this delegation occurs automatically. The board decides what authority to delegate or not. As Margaret Bayless alluded to earlier, the board may also direct the president, and a number of us have asked the board to do exactly that. The question, of course, now is where to go from here. Before this week, I thought that some resolution of this agenda issue was possible, that 4 votes from board members following Robert's Rules of Order, perhaps with some help from a parliamentarian, which is nice to see, would help solve the issue. But to find the president is working in cahoots Thank you, I'll finish the sentence. To find the president is working in cahoots with the minority of the board to thwart the will of the majority and authority of the board is a whole nother matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Zara Pastos, followed by Claire Dannenbaum.
How's that? Okay. Good evening, President Bolger, board members, and community members. I'm Zara Pastos, and I teach in the Adult and Basic Secondary Education Department at LCC, and I stand in solidarity with my faculty colleagues. We, the people of Lane County, elected this board. I urge that you all be shown the respect and trust that you deserve to do the job that each of you was elected to do by we, the people of Lane County. The board has two key duties regarding the budget. Number one, adopt LCC's annual budget. And number two, oversee programs and services that best meet the needs of the LCC district. I'm deeply concerned to learn through public records that 3 of you board members and the board chair have been prevented from adding items to your own agenda, blocking discussion and votes on major program cuts. This not only undermines your ability to serve, but also deprives our community of your collective wisdom, extensive experience, and the transparency that is essential to sound decision-making in a representative democracy. I implore the board and administration to approve a budget that prioritizes student services, including access to the health clinic, food and housing resources, more staffing for mental health counseling, and safe and welcoming spaces for even the most marginalized communities on campus. These services are critical to our mission, giving students the skills and opportunities they need to confidentially take the next steps in their career paths. In my government classes that I teach how the U.S. Constitution, which by the way was influenced by Native American philosophies, was designed to balance power and prevent domination of any branch. When the balance is lost, this harms the original intent of democracy. In the tribal community I come from, I was taught to consider how my actions impact the next 7 generations. I urge us all to consider how our decisions in this democracy impact our community and impact our students and
finish
their
your thought.
long-term success for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Claire Dannenbaum, followed by Mike Samano.
Good evening, Lane colleagues. My name is Claire Dannenbaum, and I'm a librarian here at Lane. I'm speaking tonight to voice my anger about the disinformation being circulated about the college's budget. I'm speaking as an employee concerned about integrity in the workplace, a resident of Eugene who values education in our community, and as a taxpayer who demands accountability in the use of public funds. It is very disturbing to me that despite multiple credible challenges to the budget data provided by the college's administration, cuts to staffing, courses, and programs continue without transparency, justification, or rationale. The budget presented to the board is not the same budget approved by the BDS. How is it that our own budget development subcommittee, a long-standing committee of the College Council, and a critical voice in the board-approved governance system has been sidelined in the budget process, now resulting in dangerous and unnecessary budget cuts? Here is a reality sandwich. We have made considerable effort at significant expense to create more stability for students with year-round registration. These retention efforts are now being tossed out the window by cutting courses far in advance of their scheduling. Imagine being a student ready for an upcoming term only to discover classes are no longer available. Why would any student continue here? I wouldn't. Why would any student expect anything other than a reliable experience here? Similarly, the debacle with the LPN program shows such a feckless regard for the student experience. This budget is manufactured instability. The Board of Education has, by law, the power to stop reckless disregard for budget governance and institutional transparency. I respectfully ask that the board members demand credible information to support any and every single budget cut and challenge the
Go ahead and finish your
narrative
thought.
of inevitability. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mike Samano, followed by Steve Gladfelter.
I'm Dr. Michael Somino. I've been here longer than this building has been standing here. And I've worked here a year longer than the building next door. That's 26 years. I was sitting over there and I realized that the last time that I was in a space with some of the board members was that nightmarish commencement ceremony that we had last June. And as someone who goes to all of those commencement ceremonies, I really hope that we're able to speed things up next June. I don't want to repeat what other people have said. This late October, when we built our big ofrenda at home, that was the first time that my mother occupied space at the top of the altar. And it made me reflect back on when she and I were both students at Lane Community College in the 80s. And we had a sociology class together. We shared a textbook. But then that made me think about my father, who took English classes at South Eugene High School at night prior to the building of this main campus. And that caused me to think about the 3 family members now passed who had been students at Eugene Technical Vocational School in the 1950s. And my sister, who was a transfer student who came back here and became a nurse. And my stepdad, who became a plumber. And myself, who became a college professor. The first person in my family to graduate from college before I even knew what TRIO was. Countless aunts and uncles and cousins, either employees of this place or benefactors of this place, in times where
Go ahead and finish your thought.
the administration and the board worked in ways where there were proper checks and balances. And I would like to see more of that. The last thing I would say is to personally invite anybody on the board to come with me to my classroom. Email me if you want to see what goes on around here.
Excellent.
All right.
Thank you.
Next, we have Steve Gladfelter, followed by Ann McRail.
Good evening, board members and President Bolger. I'm Steve Gladfelter, and I'm an LCCA member, and I'm reading a statement written by Lisa Kolbus, a part-time psychology instructor who couldn't be here tonight. In 4 months, I truly wish none of us were here today, but sadly we are. In 4 months, I will hopefully be celebrating my 28th anniversary at LCC. For the past 28 years, LCC has relied on people like me, part-timers, to balance the budget. So far, no one has been able to explain to me how the financial saviors of LCC are now the castaways. You've seen all the numbers provided to you by the union. Part-time faculty generate net income for the college. We are why the college can offer diverse and rigorous class selections. Hand me a classroom with a computer and an overhead projector, and I will make the college money. I have done so joyfully for 28 years. But let's be honest. I believe the College admin wants to cut long-term part-time faculty like me out of the college so you can dismantle full-time positions. If part-timers like me remain at the college, eliminating full-time positions and transitioning them to part-time positions becomes very, very difficult. After all, as a part-timer with 28 years of seniority, I would receive class assignments before many of the full-time, part-time faculty members would. President Bolger, you and the LCC administration have. You don't want to eliminate much of the current part-time faculty pool. You want to dismantle full-time faculty positions until LCC looks something like the University of Phoenix. The bargaining proposals made by the college administration are disheartening. I feel more disrespected than I ever have these past few weeks. Not once in 28 years has a full-time faculty colleague ever treated me as a lesser educator. President Bolger, you and the LCC administration have. These current proposals have cut me to the core as an educator. What is most hurtful is that you are destroying jobs and opportunities for students when you don't have the budget completed. You don't have the budget completed. Eliminating classes is not a solution for our budgetary issues. There is no reason to eliminate part-time jobs. Until the budget numbers are completely known, any cuts to benefits is premature. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Anne McGrail, followed by Jessica Alvarado.
Good evening. I'm Anne McGrail, and I'm sharing this statement on behalf of and in solidarity with our LCC union members. We are deeply concerned and astounded by the crisis of democracy at LCC's Board of Education. Supporting our publicly elected local LCC Board of Education members is critical for democracy in our community. We are presenting you here with a petition to restore democracy to our Board of Education. The link for this petition went live very recently on Monday, October 27th, and there are already 417 signatures in support. Just a few of the organizations who have signed, who you may want to be aware of, are Lane County Central Labor Chapter of the AFL-CIO, Sorensen Law, LLC, United Academics of UO, 350 Eugene, Oregon Education Association Community College Council, Mount Hood Community College Faculty Association, Eugene Education Association, Amalgamated Transit Union Local 757, Unionized Workers at LTD, United for Immigrant Justice. Just a few of the individuals who have signed include Paul Holvey, former state representative for House District 8, Pete Sorensen, former state senator, Lane County Commissioner, and LCC board member, Heather Book, Lane County Commissioner, Lori Traeger, Lane County Commissioner, Victor Reyes, AAUP Oregon Executive Director, Enrique Ferreira, Oregon Education Association President, Chris Wigg, former chair
Go ahead and
of
finish your thought.
Democratic Party of Lane County.
Next, we have Jessica Alvarado. Following is Josh Daniels.
I'm Jessica Alvarado, faculty and career counselor. The next person on this list is Johnny Earl, president of SEIU 503, Pat Riggs Henson, president of AFSCME Retirees and Lane County Labor Chapter, John Hasegawa, president of Oregon Education Association Community College Council, Patty Hine, co-president of 350 Eugene, Stephen Siegel, Oregon Education Association Region 1 Vice President, Eric Morgan of Western States Carpenters Union, CJ Mann, Community Advocate and former LCC Budget Committee member, Ben Cushing, President of PCC Federation of Faculty and Academic Professionals, Elaine Walters, Executive Director, Trauma Healing Project, Jim Arnold, retired college university administrator, Elizabeth West, Administrative Assistant to the Dean of Instruction at Klamath Community College, Chris Sinclair, United Academics at UO Secretary, John McGilvery, Member Leader of the United Association Plumbers and Steam Fitters, Local 290 and Business Agent BA Key Officer, Philip Taylor, Member Leader at Amalgamated Transit Union Local 757 at LTD, T. Brett Dita, Member Leader of International Association of Firefighters, Eugene Springfield Local 851, Christina Geierman, President South Coast Education Council, John Gangle, Amalgamated Transit Union Local 757, Member Leader at LTD, Susan Handy, Member Leader of OSEA Local 6732, Louis Vidmar, Member Leader of SEIU Local 085, Lisa Easton, President of OSEA Eugene
finish your
Chapter
thought.
1.
Next, we have Josh Daniels, followed by Liz Coleman.
Good evening. I'm Josh Daniels. Thank you. Thanks so much. English part-time faculty. I'm going to pick up where you left off. Jessica. Joe Berry, Higher Education Labor United. Lonnie Douglas, Eugene Springfield Solidarity Network. Gordon Laffer, UO Labor Education and Research Center, and former 4J board member. Now, I'd like to read the text of a petition as follows to LCC Board of Education and LCC President Bulger. Community petition regarding democracy on the Lane Community College Board of Education. Whereas Lane Community College Board was excluded from decision-making about the suspension of the licensed practical nurse program for the 2025-26 academic year at Lane Community College, and whereas students and the public received no notice nor opportunity to provide public comment at any open meeting of the Lane Community College Board of Education prior to the suspension of the licensed practical nurse program for the 2025-26 academic year, and whereas the LCC Board of Education voted on September 30th, 2025 to exclude a reference to, quote, a $3 million, close quote, in cuts each year for the next 3 years. Yet, the LCC administration continues to promote these cuts as accepted or approved by the board, even though the budget development process and meetings that take place in accordance with Oregon local budget law have not yet begun. And whereas the Lane Community College Board of Education has longstanding policy, practice, and precedent with decades of voting history on agenda setting, program and service cuts, reductions, and suspensions, but this authority is being removed from them by the LCC administration. And whereas the Lane
Go ahead and finish your thought.
Lane Community College president has declined to add agenda items to the Board of Education agenda that the board chair, vice chair, and other board members have requested.
Next is Liz Coleman, followed by Aaron Bartley.
Good evening. Whereas the Lane Community College president has held meetings about budget cuts without public notice, despite board member concerns about open meeting law violations. And whereas the public elects local candidates to school boards and other local offices. And whereas we believe in representational democracy and believe that limiting the role of publicly elected Board of Education members contravenes the public interest. And therefore, be it resolved that Section 1, the Lane Community College Board should uphold representational democracy to ensure the LCC president and board conform to open meeting law. And Section 2, the Lane Community College Board must create its own agenda and retain its authority in agenda setting. Section 3, the Lane Community College Board should continue to uphold the existing board policy, practice, and decades-long precedent of making decisions and voting on program and service cuts, reductions, and suspensions. Section 4, the Lane Community College Board must not accept new interpretations of policy that limit the role of the publicly elected board in any other decision-making. Section 5, the Lane Community College Board must not limit community input through public comment at open meetings. Section 6, the Lane Community College Board must encourage, celebrate, and welcome the free exchange of ideas, including divergent viewpoints, and direct the president to do the same. Section 7, the Lane Community College Board has a right and a
Go ahead and
duty
finish your thought.
to communicate with campus and community stakeholders and the people of Lane County. The board should not be constrained or silenced in their engagement with community members.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Aaron Bartley, followed by Amy Beasley.
I'm Erin Bartley. I teach writing and literature here. I'll continue the statement. Section 8, the Lane Community College Board should publicly reaffirm its role as the governing body of Lane Community College and its critical role in our democracy in representing the people of Lane County. Petition signers have also submitted noteworthy comments. These include the following. From former State Representative for House District 8, Paul Hovey, we expect our elected officials to represent our entire community and fulfill their obligations, and not to delegate or allow those duties and authorities to be usurped. From students,
I retired after 38 years at LCC and have enrolled in continuing ed and credit classes regularly since retirement. I am saddened to see this happening at our college. I believe career building programs should remain, and to ignore the recommendations of the Board of Educators is a disregard of the pillars that have made LCC into the shining light in the Eugene community. Current student. The way LCC is being run is atrocious. Classes are disappearing months before they would start. Many programs are losing the ability to offer classes needed to be useful for transfer to four-year degree programs. LCC is becoming a shell of itself, and leadership must change direction or find new positions. Current student. As a former student from the Culinary Arts Program 2009, I am saddened to see the changes taking place at the institutional level at LCC and stand by the board members. As elected officials, we have voted for you to make important decisions about the college. By stripping you of authority, the administration is playing into the hands of the federal government, undermining our democracy. That is why I urge you to keep fighting for us. The community is backing you. And President Bolger, I demand that you allow the board to do its job and act in accordance with the law to restore transparency to the meetings. Former student.
Next is Amy Beasley, followed by Jerry Minahan.
I'm Amy Beasley, faculty in writing and literature. I'll continue comments from students. I am a community member who has taken classes at LCC. I am appalled that the board is being excluded and not allowed to fill its role, community member and student. I want my school to be for people, not investors, current student. And now these are comments from community members and voters not affiliated with LCC. Follow the Constitution and listen to the staff and do what is right for both the students and the staff. This is outrageous. The board can both hire and fire the president. The board has a fiduciary responsibility to the community to make sure the college's administration is using the public's money wisely. The board, therefore, needs to have decision-making power over all matters that affect the college's finances. This is clearly administrative overreach and it should be dealt with harshly. The board needs to screw up its courage and fire the president and possibly others immediately. We are not an autocracy. Do not ignore the voting public that pays your salary. As a voter in Lane County, I elected a board member to represent me. I did not give Dr. Bolger that authority. This is corruption once again impacting our community. The LCC president needs to step down. LCC Community College is a diverse and inclusive institution that has long held a leading role for local citizens to connect to educational, social networks, and community activities. That the board of directors is sidelined by administration leadership is not acceptable. We have supported the community college and been proud participants in sharing this dynamic resource over many decades. Governance must include the board of directors for our democratic inclusion and representation to thrive. Please follow the process of a shared and continuous democratic inclusion for a true community college we will all support. LCC has a strong history of listening to the community and serving the community. It's important that community members continue to be heard and included in LCC's decision-making processes. It's time to return to democratic practices and community inclusion in decision-making.
We're done with time there. Thank you.
Next, we have Jerry Minahan, followed by April Myler.
Good evening. I'm Jerry Minahan, Cooperative Education faculty. I will continue reading quotes from signees of the Petition for Democracy. These are retirees and current LCC employees. Give back the voice and voting power of LCC's Board of Education. Retiree. Democracy is the bedrock of our educational institutions. Free speech is a fundamental part of democracy and education. Retiree. How hard is it to remove this obstructionist president of the college? I have taught at Lane for 20 years and I intend to teach there for as long as I am able. The elected board must have oversight on and sign off on all budget and program cuts. Meetings between the administration and board members must be open to the public and public scrutiny. Not held in secret in August when no one is paying attention. Absolutely must stop the administration from interfering with the role of the Board of Education. This is unacceptable and we need to have full transparency. Show us that you care more about democracy than our current federal administration does. Please. Respect the process and those of us whose work keeps LCC a thriving community committed to academic excellence and the well-being of students and staff and faculty. Thank you for your hard work. The increasing lack of transparency at LCC is alarming. Bolger must go. She won't even respect the will of Lane County voters. She refuses to follow Oregon law. Her actions are illegal and in bad faith. LCC is a community education institution that has been impactful and inspirational in helping those who have not been born into privilege or power develop skills and confidence to contribute to the society at large. The students who develop at LCC rely on the democratic policies that ensure equality and fairness for all. We must not harm this basic mission due to the goals of our singular president and any outside funders who are encouraging her behavior. Our goal remains to transform lives through learning, and we have a history of success.
Thank you.
Next, we have April Myler. Following is Peggy Oberstaller.
Hello, my name's April Myler. I teach in the nursing department, and I will continue to read in solidarity with my faculty colleagues. Just over a year ago, I spent a considerable amount of time at Riverbend Hospital. Nearly every nurse who helped with my care and received their training at Lane Community College, suspending the licensed practical nurse program is simply wrong. The way the business has been handled is a betrayal to the values that Lane Community College stands for. For the sake of our students, please respect and listen to the publicly elected board in managing this public institution. I respectfully remind you that you must follow Oregon budget law and open meetings rules. Our county is watching. Faculty and students are watching. This is not about you. This is about serving our region and our students. The LCC is the community's college. The community has the right to representation on decisions about their college. It is vital that the citizens of Lane County who pay taxes supporting the college and are the main attendees have a say in decision-making here. That has always been the role of the board, and it should not be possible for college administrators to silence or control their activity and voting. I am very disappointed in any leadership that does not follow the very standards of inclusivity and respect that they declare by writing and mandating to be included in our college documents, policies, syllabi, internal email statements that are auto-included, etc. This is very disconcerting and feels like an attack on the values of these policies and on the
Go ahead
idea
and finish your thought.
and ability to create a respectful and safe environment for all. Thank you.
Next, we have Peggy Oberstaller, followed by Daphne Gabrielli.
Hi, my name is Peggy Oberstaller. I teach in health education, and I will be finishing this statement. This situation, is completely out of line. Public needs access to all board choices. This is truly astounding. In my 28 years at Lane Community College, I've never seen anything like this. We voted for our board members. They need to be able to fulfill their duties to the public as they have always been able to do in an open and transparent way, abiding by board policies and longstanding practice. The board should always err on the side of caution. Whenever possible, meetings should be public and allow comments. The board must have control over their own agenda. Board members have voted on program cuts and facilitated public input for 25 plus years. Please don't give away this role. We elected you because we trust you will make thoughtful decisions about LCC programs. In closing, Lane County believes in justice, equity, and inclusion. We call on you now as elected officials of the LCC Board of Education to reaffirm your role as the governing body for Lane Community College. Thank you.
Next, we have Daphne Gabrielli, followed by Kendra Riviera.
Dear esteemed Board of Education members and President Stephanie Bolger, my name is Daphne Gabrielli. I teach writing and literature and am here this evening in solidarity with my LCCEA colleagues. A recurring theme of my dreams at night is running impossibly slowly, unable to outrun what's behind me because I am in slow motion, And that's what it feels like in real life when I observe bargaining. Please help us expedite the bargaining process. Let's look at delays with a critical eye. With so much on the line, the faculty's bargaining team shouldn't have to wait 1 month to sit at the bargaining table. Also, recently, many of us learned that our favorite courses have been cut. Our literature program is now like a Reader's Digest condensed book. And I lost my favorite course, Writing for Scholarships. This course used to feature thriving support. Then as now, we witnessed high rates of return, high percentages of scholarship earners. This course makes money for students, increases student retention, and provides curricular structure to support those who are vulnerable, those in recovery, former felons, students over traditional age, and students who have had a bad term or a bad year. I value working with students on drafts as they tell stories of transformation and earn funding to support their education. Is it not clear yet that scholarships turn students' lives around and return money back to the college? Every week I meet with my chosen family to watch Star Wars spin-offs. While watching the Clone Wars cartoons, I've attempted to answer the question, how exactly did Emperor Palpatine manipulate Anakin into becoming Darth Vader? As I watched a character who was basically good give in to his fear and anger, become Darth Vader, and later destroy Leia's home planet, I couldn't help but draw a parallel. To what extent has the administration emboldened their employees to balance budgets at the expense of essential programs such that now we have an anemic course catalog? When I was a college student, I read works by Toni Morrison, Willa Cather. I took classes on the British Romantics,
Go ahead and finish your
Japanese,
thought.
no drama. Okay, I'll finish my thought. Fyodor Dostoevsky, Margaret Atwood, on translating the Odyssey from its original Greek, the Bhagavad Gita from its original Sanskrit. I would not have attended a college that backburnered literature.
Thank you.
Next, we have Kendra Rivera, followed by Jay Frazier.
I teach in communication, and I'll be finishing this statement by Daphne. I was devastated to learn that we lost literature and gender, drama, the literature of comedy, and Black American literature. Literature classes are soul-nourishing and vital. When I have felt alone, my literature teachers reminded me of our shared humanity. These classes teach us how to survive the cold and how to brace ourselves. My colleague Anne McGrail writes, reducing the argument to simple financial losses doesn't capture the value of these courses. We are watching a brutal authoritarian force imposed on our communities. I hope we maintain laser focus on our humanity and why we value the study of literature. The college makes investments in our students. Some make money, and some return those investments differently. Our classes were cut because they failed to make money. To give you a sense of this failure, last winter when my enrollment was at its lowest, Writing for Scholarship cost our department $3,414. Considering that a student could earn $13,000 to support her final year of nursing, and another student got a total of $40,000 all told, I am puzzled by the decision and the inability to see the course's worth. It is an investment in our students. To me, nickel and diming, cutting a course to save $3,414 or less does not compute. I wonder if that amount equates to our department's Xerox copier fund. While I understand that courses that carry a negative balance do add up, I wonder to what extent they are assessed against other costs, such as the administration's policy of hiring additional managers. The cost of managerial salary, I imagine, is high. I would suggest that a reduction of managers would provide room for other important costs, such as reducing students' tuition, increasing part-time faculty pay, and running vital courses that may not make money, but that will instead contribute to our students' intellectual and financial wealth and health. Thank you so much for your service to our thriving community.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jay Frazier. Following is Dawn Easton.
Hopefully that works.
Yep.
Jay Frazier, LCCEA member. 40 years ago, I gave a 6-minute informative speech on hiccups that changed my life. That speech set me on a path that led me eventually to graduate school and then here. At the time, I was at a church-sponsored private college, and every student had to take a full year of public speaking, which was a problem because I was terrified of public speaking. It was horrible. I asked my teacher for help with my anxiety. He said, Jay, you just need to pray more. That didn't help. But after weeks of essentially doing therapy on myself, I finally gave that speech where my nerves went so bad. After my teacher gave me some feedback, I'm paraphrasing, but he basically said, Jay, you've improved. Your speech still sucked. but you've improved. Now, you may have heard that in the last bargaining section, there was actually some positive movement forward, which was great. Like my speech from 40 years ago, though, the administration's proposal still sucks. In fact, according to research by the OEA, the current LCC administration contract proposal is the worst ever proposed by a community college administration in the history of the state of Oregon. So it's better, and still the worst ever. Ever. We may very well become the first community college faculty in Oregon to ever go on strike. I doubt that that is the legacy this board wants to leave, but the administration may leave us with no other reasonable choice. The faculty deserve a fair contract. The classified staff deserve a fair contract. The deans deserve a fair whatever it is that they get. I don't know. All we want is for the administration to bargain with us in a fair, equitable, and genuine manner. I am beseeching all of you. All of you. Please, you have the power.
Go ahead and finish
Make
your
it
thought.
happen.
Thank you.
Next is Don Easton. Following is Wendy Rose Aaron.
Members of the board, President Bolger, I am Don Easton, cybersecurity faculty, and I am reading a statement as an LCCE member and for Jeffrey Borrowdale. He writes, I am out of town at a funeral, but thought it was important to address the administration's cuts to part-time sections in social sciences. A few weeks ago, a philosophy section was cut as part of a mandate to reduce part-time sections, shrinking winter offerings from 4 sections to 3. As a cost-saving strategy, this makes no sense. A lecture class with only 15 students taught by a part-time faculty member at the top of the salary schedule generates a profit. A lecture class with 30 students generates nearly $10,000 in net revenue, even after accounting for salary, benefits, and overhead. This is from tuition alone before any state reimbursement. Part-time lecture sections are the last place you should cut. They are the cash cow of the college. And do we really need to be cutting? The administration's budget assumptions and worries about the reserve balance seem questionable, to say the least. What happens when students find out classes they signed up for the previous year as a part of an academic plan worked out with an advisor have been canceled? The student has to replan their year and advisors have to duplicate work. It is sometimes suggested that students will simply take something else, but instead of taking something else, students will go somewhere else. Somewhere with a greater selection of classes or scheduling options. In 2017, Lane cut all religion classes and all but 2 philosophy courses each term, despite part-time sections being full term after term. The program is now a shadow of what it once was, and the college has lost that revenue along with some great instructors. Quality instructors who can't rely on regular work will go somewhere else too. I would hate for this new board to repeat past mistakes. Thank you.
Next, we have Wendy Rose Aaron. Following is Jen Farrow.
Good evening. Thank you for being here and for listening with open hearts. A resolution was recently, my name is Wendy Rose Aaron, and I teach in mathematics and engineering. I'm reading in solidarity with my faculty colleagues. A resolution was recently passed by the Platform Committee of the Democratic Party of Lane County, pending before Central Committee, titled Support for Civil Rights, Workers' Rights, and Justice at Lane Community College. I will read from that resolution now. Whereas Lane Community College has not staffed its DEI office since fall of 2023, more than a year before the election of Donald Trump. And whereas Community College proposes in bargaining with faculty to eliminate contractual protections against removal of part-time faculty from their positions for exercising their inherent rights to non-discrimination, academic freedom, free expression, civic engagement from institutional censorship, union activity, and privacy. Eliminate reference to student access to the health clinic. Eliminate curriculum development funding to support the needs of marginalized communities. Eliminate the Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion faculty fellowships. eliminate contractual obligations for managers to participate in annual training on bias, systems of oppression, and understanding racialized trauma. Disallow inclusion of immigrant status as a protected category in the faculty non-discrimination clause. Eliminate contractual requirement to maintain the Native American Student Association program coordinator and longhouse steward as distinct positions. Reduce faculty union rights. Require mandatory lower paid overloads for full-time faculty, and allow layoffs of full-time faculty with only 60 days notice. And finally, the bargaining proposal offers an increased class sizes of 50% or more. My colleague Jennifer will continue the statement.
Jen Farrow is next, followed by Marge Heltzer.
Hi. Whereas Oregon's Employment Relations Board's panel of 3 judges issued a decision confirming that Lane Community College violated state labor law by engaging in surveillance of union emails, unlawful direct dealing, and seeking to silence speech by threatening legal action against the LCC's Faculty Council for exercising their rights to protected speech. And whereas, according to the 2024 DPLC party platform, the DPLC is committed to building a healthy, free, just, prosperous, responsible, secure, and enduring society. And whereas we believe in representational democracy, civil rights, worker rights, labor rights, and foundational speech rights protected by the U.S. Constitution and Oregon Constitution. Therefore, be it resolved that the Democratic Party of Lane County will reach out to the Lane Community College Board to advocate for decisions as publicly elected board members that align with the DPLC party platform and contribute to building a healthy, free, just, prosperous, responsible, secure, and enduring society, and will call upon members to support a fair contract and to make decisions to uphold fundamental principles, rights, and laws associated with constitutional rights, uplift marginalized communities, protect civil and labor rights, and promote justice and equity. Thank you.
Next is Marge Heltzer. Following is James Kaiser.
Good evening. My name is Marge Helzer. I teach anthropology, and I'm here to talk about bargaining and health insurance. A few weeks ago, my husband, who has already undergone open heart surgery, was scheduled for a stress test that was recommended by his cardiologist, only to find out at the last minute that the insurance company denied it and the test was canceled. The cardiologist was adamant that the test was important. He's going to work on that. He's providing more information and will resubmit the request, but we all know that will delay the test for at least another month. Decisions like these made by insurance companies are clearly not made with the patient in mind, clearly not made with consideration of the lives that could be negatively affected. Given that we have the top insurance available to us at Lane, I'll leave you with just one question. What would a reduction in the quality of our insurance look like? I ask because reducing healthcare options while also shifting rising costs onto faculty and staff is exactly what the administration is proposing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have James Kaiser. Following is Wendy Lightheart.
Good evening, Board of Education members. I am James Kaiser, 20-year part-time faculty in English and writing. Reading this statement, possibly at my own peril, in solidarity with my faculty colleagues. After nearly 8 months of bargaining, we are providing you with an update on how the bargaining process is going. Our contract ended in June, so we have now been working for 4 months without a contract. We asked all faculty, if you were to vote, where would you stand on the administration's proposal? Specifically, we asked faculty if they would vote yes to accept the administration's proposal, or no to reject the administration's proposal. 372 faculty members, which is more than 96% of all full-time faculty and more than 80% of part-time faculty, cast their ballots. The results are resoundingly clear. 99% voted no to reject the administration's proposal. Over 300 faculty shared concerns about the administration's proposal and about how they feel bargaining is going. We don't have time to read all the comments, but certain themed items. An analysis of the quantitative data demonstrates the following. Faculty overwhelmingly reject proposals that increase workloads, larger class caps, mandatory overloads in summer, erode job security, especially for part-time faculty, cut benefits and undercut compensation, cost of living below inflation, no retroactive, stalled steps. They insist on a contract that delivers fair pay aligned to inflation, reasonable workload and class caps, stable jobs and seniority, maintain benefits, and strong protections for academic freedom, privacy, and grievance due process without an open-ended, reopen anytime language. Respondents connect these priorities directly to student outcomes, calling out threats to the clinic, tutoring, ADA accesses, the campus safety, fixing lab TLC, lecture lab equity, keeping FPD faculty run, and restoring transparency, good faith bargaining are seen as necessary steps to a credible student-centered settlement.
Go ahead and finish your thought.
I'm right
Perfect.
between
Thank you.
thoughts.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Wendy Lightheart. Following is Christina Howard.
Good evening. I'm Wendy Lightheart. I teach math here at LCC for 26 years now, and I am also a former LCC student. And I would like to continue the statement. So key takeaways from the survey show overwhelming rejection and anger. Most comments describe the administration's proposals as offensive, disrespectful, draconian, and the worst in decades. Union solidarity is strong. Faculty repeatedly emphasize unity and gratitude. We must stand together, fight, stay strong. Deep mistrust of administration. Widespread belief that bargaining has not been in good faith. Hiring an external lawyer viewed as symbolic of bad intent and poor leadership. Job security anxiety. Multiple faculty explicitly state that they would leave or seek other work if proposals pass, including long-term and in-demand instructors. Moral framing. Many connect their opposition to student-centered values, saying the proposals hurt students, reduce educational quality, and contradict the college's mission. Desire for transparency and integrity. Calls for honest explanations, board accountability, and ethical leadership recur throughout. And here are some specific quotes from faculty regarding their concerns about the administration's proposal. It is an open attack on our entire profession. I'm concerned with loss of faculty rights, lack of pay parity, effect on job security, negative effects on students. The administration proposals minimal COLA increases, larger class sizes, mandatory overloads, reduced benefits, and cuts to job security and professional development pose serious concerns. Most troubling are the threats to faculty rights and stability, which disproportionately harm part-time and marginalized faculty and undermine fair labor practices. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Christina Howard. Following is Ingrid Nordstrom.
Good evening. I'm going to deviate just slightly to say that I want to acknowledge all the students who spoke earlier and my colleague Michael Simano and Paula and Zara for bringing in the ethnic, spiritual, and generational components to Lane Community College. I found their statements very moving. Before tonight's meeting, we're led in song that said "Lead with Love" and sang as a group. And it's with that theme that I bring this intention and set this intention for my comments. And finally, as a practicing physical therapist, I strongly want to encourage and advocate for a bio break very soon so people can reduce the postural strain and aches and pains that come with prolonged sitting. So continuing the comment, these are quotes from the proposal. I've just selected a few. All of it makes me feel like I don't matter to this institution. I'm most concerned about the reduction of faculty rights in the grievance process and the language around granting the administration the ability to reopen the contract at any time based on projections. The students would effectively be the biggest losers. The administration's proposals would significantly harm faculty and students. They also remove commitments to student services, reduce equity initiatives, and fail to address campus safety or public health. On top of this, union rights and legal protections would be weakened, giving the administration unilateral power over contracts. Taken together, these changes threaten faculty well-being, educational quality, student success, and the overall health and safety of the campus community. And finally, as a member of this community, I want to say I really do enjoy attending the board meetings, and I've made it a practice. And I want to let you all know that the reason I haven't been attending regularly is that I survey my students every term. And the office hours that will get the most attendance from my working students is at 7 o'clock in the evening, starting at 7 p.m. And that's the reason I've been unable to attend. But I read your board docs, and I appreciate being able to access those. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Ingrid Nordstrom. Following is Jennifer Von Amen.
Good evening. My name is Ingrid Nordstrom, and I teach in writing and literature for 7 years, so I haven't been here as long. I will be continuing to read some of the comments from faculty members. The proposal is extremely disrespectful of faculty. We are already overwhelmed. It is insulting that their proposal walks back the rights we have earned. The proposal moves faculty several decades back to the past. Students are going to be harmed by the administration's proposals. I am horrified that the administration felt okay about offering any of these as serious proposals for our college. I want to prepare my students for the workforce and their futures, and I cannot do that with larger classes and forced overloads. I'm concerned about a continued emphasis on management and administrative hierarchy expansion. Emphasis should be on instructional offerings that reflect the needs of the community and the employers that are members. The continual reduction in offerings is destructive and damaging to the institution's use to the community. LCC is not to be degraded to a feeder for the four-year institutions. And so a summary of the comments. While the last bargaining session was on October 14th, the administration claims they are unavailable for nearly a month of our legally required bargaining time. In addition, the administration rejected all of the faculty proposals on lockdown and public health safety, student needs such as counselors and support to keep student textbook costs low, faculty essentials, rights and protections around AI and job security, and many more. We have a long way still to go with significant outstanding issues, including workload, compensation, class size, lab rates, and numerous others. And I'll pass it off to my colleague.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jennifer Von Amen. Following is Monica Weathersby.
I am Jennifer Von Amen. I've been here 28 years, and I teach writing and literature. In summary, faculty comments convey intense opposition to the administration's proposals, framed as both economically harmful and morally unacceptable. Respondents describe the package as a direct attack on educators' dignity, job security, and students' learning conditions. Repeated accusations of bad faith bargaining, secrecy, and misplaced spending priorities, hiring an outside lawyer, highlight a collapse of trust in college leadership. At the same time, faculty express strong unity and resolve, praising union negotiators and pledging solidarity, even readiness to strike if needed. Many link their opposition to student success and community values, portraying the proposals as undermining the college's mission. The dominant tone from 370 faculty votes and comments is clear: anger, solidarity, and moral conviction that the proposals threaten both faculty livelihoods and Lane's educational integrity. We, the faculty of Lane Community College, call upon you as our elected board members to direct the administration to reevaluate their approach to bargaining, to get back to the bargaining table from where they have been absent for nearly a month, rewrite their entire proposal to prioritize our institutional and student services mission, and respect faculty as professionals. We urge you to direct the administration to bargain in good faith so we can continue to provide quality, comprehensive, accessible, inclusive, learning-centered educational opportunities that promote equitable student success for all who come to our community's college. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Monica Weathersby. Following is Enrique Ferreira.
Hello, members of the board. I am Monica Weathersby, OEA's Equity Director. I am a first-gen graduate getting my second master's degree. Education at a community college. What does it mean? It should be a place that all people can gather, learn, and feel welcome and supported, and affordable for those who have no family wealth. What it meant to me. A future life not like the one my parents had. My dad made $440 a month in Mississippi for a family of 8. He did not make a working wage. I went to bed hungry more nights than I could remember. I currently can give my children resources that my parents could not have seen in their reality. What it has become, a political toy for those who want power, and for many to oppress anyone that does not think like them. Does this help education? Here are some examples of how this does not work. The lowest employment rates: Mississippi, Louisiana, West Virginia, Arkansas, Alabama, Kentucky, and Oklahoma. Lowest graduation rates: West Virginia, Arkansas, Alabama, Kentucky, Oklahoma, and Alaska. Highest SNAP usage: Montana, New Mexico, Kentucky, Louisiana, Alaska, Florida. Similar actions happen in these states. Is that the model we should follow? If you are not here to help those who attend college gain education and opportunity, look inside your shelf and choose another path. These positions are not to gain power, but to steward decisions to help those who need an education to make a step forward. Lead together with your educators or fail. Fail the mission, fail yourself, and fail your community. Thank you.
Next, we have Enrique Ferreira. Following is Jeffrey A. Lands.
Hello, board members. Hello again. I see you again in unfortunate circumstances. I said to all of you a month ago, I hope I'm not back again, because I was going to come back with more friends. I also want to let you know that the vice president of the Oregon Education Association is here, Lindsay Ray, and our full-time release leader, Monica Weathersby, who just spoke. I also had the opportunity to speak to some of you, just like the president, but I didn't break any laws. So democracy is at stake, and some of you are taking advantage of your role in ways that is not including the community. The board is engaging in areas where corruption, misleading, lack of trust, and is becoming a pattern. You're elected by the public. Your duty is to the public, not to an individual. And that's what America stands for. Back deal discussions are anti-democratic. They're very pro-Trump, if you ask me. They're not pro-community. So let me help you. You as the board have the power not to renew the contract of the college president. You have the power to pay out the rest of the contract. So all of us who know Robert's rules can say, all those in favor not to renew the contract said aye, aye. See, you have the support of the community. Oppose? Any further discussion? I think the majority won. So, well, you can close the debate at a different time because the board has not followed their own procedures. I just want to say hello, Jesse. Good to see you again. It was good to see you a couple weeks ago. So, hello, everybody. Thank you again. Please, I want to see you in a different circumstance.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jeffrey A. Lands. Following is Diana Lerner. All right, not seeing Jeffrey. Next up, we have Diana Lerner, and following is Jim Rice.
Let's see. Good evening. I'm finding it interesting to come after all the previous speakers. I am the current president of the LCC Foundation. This past week, we held the annual fundraiser called The Celebration, and we did celebrate. We had over 300 people in attendance from all parts of our community. We came together to celebrate, to raise money, and to forward all our feelings about LCC, and we did. This year, we were able to receive over $500,000, which is a testament to how the community feels about LCC and its importance to the community at large and to the work of Dr. Bulger. Just for informational purposes, the foundation was able to award over $1.3 million in scholarships money this past year. We will continue to move forward to work to ensure the longevity of LCC and its president. Thank you.
Next, we have Jim Rice. Following is Robert Melnick.
Good evening, board members, and also President Bulger. Jim Rice, I live 3 miles from here. I'm a community member. I'm a strong supporter of Lane Community College. In fact, after nearly a retirement, I went back into a course on electricity to see what was going on. I was very impressed with the kinds of courses that are offered at LCC. I've served on a number of boards. I was the president of the Criminal Defense Lawyers Association. I served the Oregon State Bar on our malpractice company. The legend of black loggers coming to Oregon and working in Walama County, and served on the board of the Maxville and Heritage Interpretive Center, and many years ago, the chair of the Democratic Party of Lane County. I was disturbed to hear that the board is getting involved in curriculum. This is, in my opinion, beyond the scope of the board and belongs with the faculty and the president. Trump was engaged in this with the East Coast schools, and I completely disapproved of that, and I disapprove of that here. And I think that you should take a step back and look at what is everyone's role. Because this, just listening to this is one of the most divisive pieces of back and forth I've heard in a long time. It's discouraging. If everyone assumed their own role, let people do their jobs, it probably would be good for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Robert Melnick. Following is Tiffany Edwards.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here tonight to the board and to the president. I want to support the previous speaker's remarks very much, as well as that of Mary Spildy, who I think spoke yesterday. It feels like that now. It's late enough in the evening. But in any event, I think it's very important to recognize, I've served on many boards. I'm a community member. I am not a member of LCC, but I'm a member of the community of Eugene, Springfield, and Lane County that strongly supports Lane Community College. I think it's very important to recognize that the board's role is to govern and the president and faculty role is to manage. And that's a real difference there, that the board sets policy and the president implements that. And it is critical for the president to speak individually with board members as appropriate. To suggest that that is illegal, in my view, is foolish. As a board member, I regularly spoke with senior staff about what was going on and then brought those comments to board meetings as appropriate. And I think that's an important part of what we do. It is important that boards should not micromanage, that the role of management of the college is that of the president, the staff, and the faculty, of course. As a longtime member of a faculty of a university, I fully support that very much. I support the president. It's important that this complex issue be resolved quickly and that the college move on with continuing to improve as it has and being a critical part of the Lane County community. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Tiffany Edwards. Following is Brittany Quickwarner.
Good evening, President Bolger and board members. My name is Tiffany Edwards, and I address you tonight as a PCP for the Democratic Party of Lane County, a concerned community member, a donor to LCC's foundation, and a parent of a recent LCC graduate. I'm here to caution you about the damage being done both by politicizing the college and its students and with the disregard for the fiscal stability of this institution. And while I speak for nobody but myself, I can't help but to notice the many thousands of students, parents, and community members who are not here tonight to speak, but share deep concerns for what we've witnessed. All of us who are hardworking and dedicated to our jobs deserve to make a fair living, to be able to provide for ourselves and for our families. But things aren't exactly stable at the moment. Every level of government is experiencing severe budget deficits and making cuts as the need to do more with less continues to worsen. The explosion of costs and depletion of resources creates a dire need to make tough decisions, sacrifices, and adjust priorities as we all ride out this storm. I'm here to plead with you to preserve the operational decision-making in the capable hands of your president, Dr. Bolger. She's highly qualified to act in the full capacity as your chief executive. Lastly, I'd like to share that I'm a proud parent of an LCC graduate. Our son Simon, who experiences autism, graduated high school in 2020 and began Lane after in-person classes resumed. It truly changed his life. LCC gave him a place to connect, build confidence, and discover his passions. He explored aviation and culinary arts before finding his true passion in multimedia and video production. Today, he's wrapping up his third season working as a cameraman for the Eugene Emeralds. And he's now preparing to pursue his career in Portland. Lane made that possible. Please don't politicize or jeopardize this opportunity for future students like Simon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Brittany Quickwarner. Following is John Wolf.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Brittany Quickwarner, and I'm here tonight as a community member and donor who cares deeply about Lane Community College and what it represents. Opportunity, progress, and the belief that education is the foundation for a stronger future. I want to focus tonight on governance. Strong, high-functioning boards are critical to successful organizations and have a very specific role to set policy, to steward resources, and to hold leadership accountable for achieving the mission of the institution. They don't run day-to-day operations or intervene in management decisions. Instead, they empower the president to lead effectively and to keep their focus on long-term strategy and student success. Recently, we've seen accusations that President Bolger violated public meeting laws simply by meeting individually or in small groups with board members about the budget. That claim is unfounded, and it's not only legal, but it's common practice for public administrators, from city managers to superintendents, to meet with board members, and it's how they educate their leaders, build understanding of complex issues, and ensure informed decisions. We also need to recognize the financial reality the college faces. With an institution, when an institution finds itself in a budget deficit, as many employers are across this community right now in this challenging economy, tough decisions have to be made. There are no perfect budget decisions that avoid hard choices. No leader enjoys being in that position, but responsible leadership means making those decisions transparently and with courage. President Bolger is doing her job, an incredibly difficult one that we are lucky to have her in our community willing to do. As a lifelong Democrat, I'm disappointed to see our own party considering resolutions that politicize the governance of our community college. Our education institutions should never become the battleground for partisan agendas. They exist to serve everyone, students, families, employers across every sector. Lane Community College is too important to be destabilized by political infighting or blurred lines of authority. I urge this board and our broader community to refocus on governance, empowering leadership, and keeping the college at the center of every decision.
Thank you.
Next, we have John Wolf, followed by Rosa Lopez.
I'm John Wolf. I'm on the foundation board. I've been on the foundation board for about 30 years, but I'm not speaking for the foundation in any way, shape, or form. This is just me that's speaking. I've lived in this community for 77 years. I was around when Lane Community College was created. My uncle worked here, my cousin worked here as faculty people. To hear the faculty get up here and say that laws were broken by the president is galling to me, galling. And I hope you guys don't listen to that or have let that influence you in the slightest. This board is really divided. We all know that. When the president tries to get small groups together to tell them what's going on and keep them informed, and she's attacked as breaking the law, that's ridiculous. And Jerry Russ has been a Lane County commissioner for 20 years. And you were out there saying that you thought that you were worried about this could be a serial violation of the open meetings law. Surely you know better than that. Surely you would have looked into it a little bit before you made that statement. And Falnaging, putting a complaint with the Oregon Ethics Commission without doing a little tiny bit of research to figure out that Stephanie Bolger is not even subject to that commission's jurisdiction is, to me, a sad state, a sad comment on your tenure here. I'm sorry I'm so mad, but I am really irate at the
It's okay.
faculty
It's okay.
for coming up here and lying to you basically and repeating themselves and making you stay here for hours and hours to listen to that information that is incorrect. Now, I agree with
Go
what
ahead
they
and finish
say.
your thought.
They're entitled to a fair contract, and that's what you should give them.
Thank you. Let's keep decorum. Hey, everyone, we're going to keep decorum here. Thank you.
Next is Rosa Lopez. Following is Eric Dura.
Hi, I'm Rosa Lopez. I work in Career Pathways Workforce Training. I work with unhoused students, students who are facing basic needs, insecurities, immigrant students, and we create workforce training for English language learners as well. I was not planning on talking today. Anyone who knows me knows I don't give up my family time easily. But today, ICE engaged in serious immigration enforcement in Cottage Grove and Eugene, violently detaining at least 7 people near their homes and another near a school bus stop where children were present. This included aggressive detainment of a green card holder who they eventually released. This is real. Our faculty member in Cottage Grove reported people not attending her class today out of fear. I love this community and I'm proud of the social justice stance that is integrated into the heart of Lane County. In this community, we expect our leaders to be brave and to not take a stance of neutrality. Be brave like the PSU president who publicly denounced ICE activities that ignore constitutional rights and committed to support their immigrant students. Be brave like the 4J board who unanimously voted to be the first school board in the country to sue the federal government to ensure that we all continue to be allowed to engage in activities that support DEI. Be brave and formally support our sanctuary campus. Be brave and increase DEI and basic needs support rather than decrease it. Be brave and demand that we continue democracy at LCC and ensure that potential cuts are made public where they still only potential cuts. Be brave as members of a publicly elected board, not a private board, not a social service board, and demand to add agenda items you wish to add. And demand that board votes on progress cuts as they have always, always done. I have come for decades. Every time they want to cut a CTE program, I'm always here when it's just a potential cut. We have always, always voted on program cuts. No prior president can say that that's not true.
Go ahead and finish your thought.
We don't doubt that tough decisions need to be made, but we ask that those decisions be made in an inclusive, transparent way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Eric Zira. Following is Deborah McGee.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Eric Jura. I started my higher education journey in 1971 at Schenectady County Community College in Schenectady, New York. I intended to study physics. From that little tiny seed, I went on to become a college professor, an instructor, a senior lecturer, and instructor at a couple of different community colleges. I've been a member of a community college education association on the bargaining team. I've been a member of a school board bargaining team on the other side. I've seen it from both sides. These days, when I think about community colleges, and in particular Lane Community College, the words that come to mind are civil war, dysfunction, despair, death of goodwill. I'm a very disheartened Eugenian this evening. Tonight, or later tonight, if you hold out that long, you're going to hear a presentation from the NWCCU about boards, duties, and so forth. And I encourage you to pay particular attention to slide 17, which has to do with board president working relationships. It's not stuff you haven't heard before, but I hope you'll take it to heart this time. You're going to have a fiscal report this evening, and the quarterly fiscal report. I've read that also. And the worst is, and the news in that report is worse than the last one. Okay, you're suffering a huge crisis. I strongly suggest that you seek outside mediation to deal with your governance issues and to get back on track to do the duties that you were elected to carry out. And I say that in all sincerity. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Deborah McGee. Following is Ikenna Ozor.
I'm Deborah McGee. I'm a community member. I've been living and voting in Lane County for over 45 years. I'm a retired public school educator, so have decades of experience with unions, school boards, teaching staff, and support employees. Each have unique perspectives, but all share and are dedicated to the same goal of ensuring the opportunities needed for students to gain knowledge and skills to live productive, fulfilling, happy lives. I'm very concerned that my beloved community college, where I have attended a number of classes over the years, and as a school counselor have encouraged many students to attend, right now seems to be going down an unfortunate path. Both faculty and students were surprised when the administration unilaterally suspended the 2025-26 Licensed Practical Nurse Program without the usual board and public input. I am deeply concerned to see our democracy slipping away. I can see authoritarian takeovers happening at all levels of our public institutions. This is apparently a trend in higher education to shift power from elected boards to CEOs, sidelining the public process. My partner retired from Lane Community College, so I know there are real budget issues. But in times like these, we need to pull together. We need more public input, not less. My ask is that the administration comply with the board's authority. This college belongs to all of us in the community, and the community expects cooperation, professionalism, and proper adherence to practices that are inclusive regarding program cuts and reductions. We are all on the same side. We all have the same goal. You have the power and skills to do better than this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Ikenna Ozor. Following is Sunny Childers. Not seeing Ikenna, we're moving on to Sunny Childers, and following is Sarah Washburn.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sunny Childers. I'm a third-generation Eugenian, a graduate of the University of Oregon School of Journalism and Communications. I'm also a member of our local Democratic Socialists of America chapter. In my lifetime, I've seen how access to education has been slowly stripped away, and how administrators and board members have who emphasize their roles in terms of fiscal stewardship over the integrity of institutions have weakened institutions of higher education. Education is, however, a public good, and it's a sign of a healthy community when we respect it as such. And in order to do so, we need to treat our faculty and students in the highest regard. Without faculty and students, there is no institution of higher education. Choosing to cut language that threatens job security and restricts student access to essential programs and services is to throw the whole institution under the bus. Is also not a real solution. It is myopic and opens the door for more problems down the road. I'm concerned that this is the path of least resistance and would like to see us come up with better solutions. There is no more appropriate time to reconsider changing course than now. The current course involves illegal labor activities and is not sustainable. There is an attitude that administrators and people with decision-making power have that it is necessary to be cruel to be kind sometimes, and it's necessary to do unpopular things. However, I think this is misguided and untrue. It is possible to have a balanced budget and provide your faculty and students with a fair contract, and I urge you to consider doing so. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Sarah Washburn. Following is Demond Hawkins.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for staying. I'm Sarah Washburn. I am a history instructor. I have been teaching part-time at Lane for over 20 years. And I had something happen. That's the first time it's ever happened. I had a course that was canceled 5 months before it was supposed to go. I've had a couple courses canceled because, in fact, they did not fill. And I get that. But it was a week or two. Now I have students who have registered for My World History 106. It's a sequence. It goes the whole year, and now it's been canceled. Where are they going to go? If you cancel 100 classes, what do they sign up for? And they lose that sequence. I understand there are budget issues. Been here for over 20 years. Always there are budget issues. But I'm most concerned about my students. And it's not just this stress. It's stress that now I feel. They will feel that stress. They also have other issues. This is a scary time. I had a student come up to me who believes he was followed by ICE from Lane. I have students who have lost SNAP benefits. And now this is not a stable place for them or for me. And I really think we need to do a really good job about thinking about them. I know for myself, I've worked at other community colleges, I've worked full-time, part-time, did a whole bunch of different things. But the students need to come first, and we need to support them. And if I know they're supported, I will feel so much better. So please think about that. When we cut those courses, when we cut those classes, when we have nothing to replace it, what happens to the international students, the veterans, those who have financial aid?
Go ahead and finish your thought.
They all have a certain amount that they, in fact, have to take. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next is Demond Hawkins. Following is our final speaker of the night, Eric Kim.
I'm going to tilt this up a little bit. I'm tall. Thank you very much, guys, for allowing me to speak here today. I just want to say this first to you guys. A house divided against itself will not stand. It will fall. It's not a myth. It's a proven fact. It will fall. I'm here again because on behalf of the NAACP, I'm here to firmly show our support for President Bolger because we have to. Because what we've seen out of her is a black woman whose leadership is strengthening this college through transparency, accountability, and results. And yet the harm that she's faced reflects a trouble that's been happening nationally throughout the nation. So we've seen over 100,000 black women have left or been pushed out of the workforce and leadership roles across the entire country, with workforces that claim that values of equity. Too often, women who bring change and demand accountability become targets of resistance. And that we're starting to see a pattern of that here at LCC. And the reason I say that is because despite the criticism that's been spoken about her, the fact is that under President Bolger's leadership, the enrollment has increased 18%. And we pretend like that's just a little thing, but we look across the entire state, that's 4 to 7% higher than any of the other colleges. That's a big deal. They talk about her transparency, and she was just commended by your board for her transparency and leadership. Please speak up for your president. Speak up for your leaders, because you know she's making changes here that have to be made, that have to be responsible to the organization itself. Leadership means making tough choices and being responsible for it. So when she's making that $3 million change there, it is something that your policies require. So she's doing what you paid her to do. So stick up for her and stand up for her.
Thank you for that.
And our final speaker of the night is Eric Kim.
Good evening, everyone. My name's Eric Kim. Tonight I will explain how we can get misled. Even though I'm telling you to look for a trick, and these apparent discrepancies are occurring close together in time, it's still difficult to see how you're being misled. The average lifespan of Energizer and Duracell batteries are assessed by an independent evaluator. Energizer looks at the results and says, no other battery outlasts Energizer. A few months later, you might hear Duracell say, no other battery outlasts Duracell. Both companies are telling the truth, but if you don't know how you're being misled, you're going to take the wrong action to avoid deception and fall for the same trick when it occurs in a different form, such as no pain reliever is more effective than Bayer, no pain reliever is more effective than Excedrin. The different brands of batteries last the same amount of time. The average pain relief is the same. No battery outlasts hours is true when the duration is the same. We don't remember no battery outlasts Eveready. Psychologically, we paraphrase it to this is the best battery because that's what we're interested in. This process is unconscious and automatic. Good manipulators know this to deceive. Good communicators know this to clarify. It isn't enough to know that someone is trying to influence you. You need to know specifically how they influence you to take the right action to prevent deception. If you don't, the deception will continue in different forms and you'll become cynical. Cynical is not critical thinking, and being cynical can lead to distrust. Distrust is not good for a civil society that requires cooperation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That is our last speaker. Thank you, everyone, for that. Before we go into a bio break, I would like to get through the reports first, and then we can go ahead and do a bio break, if that's all right. So let's go ahead and move on to the SG.
Personal privilege, please. I can't be here anymore unless we take a bio break.
Oh, okay.
We've been here for over 2 hours.
Okay,
I
gotcha.
mean,
Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and do a 10-minute bio break then, and we'll go from there. Of course, thank you. It's fine. Oh, it's fine. I could be hot mic'd. But yeah, no, I've been up since 5, so yeah, I'm totally here on that. All right, we're going to get started in about 1 minute. If everyone could take their seats, we'll be getting started very soon. I know. I
might not have a quorum. We're gonna start.
I am the worst. You want? Actually, yeah, you can. You can if you'd like. Oh, totally. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, it's for this one. Yeah, but it's plenty of battery. Oh, yeah, it's excellent.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, you're good. Okay, good.
Thank you, Julie. Oh, yeah, no worries. Excellent. All right. Hey, Jerry, we're about to get started.
Thank you.
All right. All right, we're back in session. We're now going to move on to, thank you again for all the public comment. We're now going to move on to the reports. We're going to start with the SGA report from President Hampton.
Before we do that, Amelia, Chair, I just wanted to say that there's certainly been quite a lot of public comment this evening, probably generating a lot of questions from board members. I will be talking with each of you about what your questions are related to all of the public comment that you've heard this evening. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Oh, and one moment, President Hampton. Go ahead, Zach.
I just want to do a quick check-in on our time and remaining in the evening and our agenda. We have 2 hour-long reports as well as many more smaller reports this evening. I wanted to ask about the possibility of potentially bumping the quarterly financial update and seeing if we might be able to do that through a Zoom meeting later this month for an hour.
Okay.
Or some other alternative to streamline the agenda.
Okay, gotcha. So the proposal was to streamline the agenda a little bit here by having the quarterly report be a Zoom meeting in a future date later this month. Is the board amendable to that? We can work to figure out a schedule for something like that. But to reduce that 60 minutes from the agenda might be beneficial for tonight. Yes, go ahead, Steve.
Given the public comment that we had, largely significantly focusing on budgetary issues, that might, that given the public comment, thank you for that, that we had tonight about budget issues, that for me is actually the most important issue to include this evening. But I support Zach's, interest in trying to streamline the rest of the agenda given the hour. But I do think the budget issue is something that we ought to be doing out in front of the public as scheduled this evening.
Okay, understood. All right, we'll move back on to the reports then. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Zach.
Can we have a decision on what we're going to change so that we can move forward with that in mind as the plan? Do other folks have thoughts on A, if we should streamline, and B, if it would be the financial update or the accreditation and governance or some other thing that would get moved?
Go ahead, Bert.
If I could, well, we have a guest this evening, and we have the president and CEO of the Northwest Commission. I would certainly recommend and suggest to the board that the board gives Dr. Grace the entire time that we've allotted to her. Certainly the financial report, we know that you have read that report and that information, and you may have questions, specific questions about it. And so we can certainly focus on those specific questions and reduce the time. We'll make our very best effort with that, is to reduce the time to about 30 minutes. But that time will be yours to talk to us and talk to Kara Flath about your questions related to the finances. How does that sound?
All right, great. We'll look for ways to streamline those, and we'll move, oh, Steve, go ahead.
Yeah, in the interest of Zach's proposal, I agree, we ought to try to streamline the rest of the budget. I agree, those two items we ought to focus on as much as possible, especially sorry, I'm looking for the item number, discussion item A, that, given that somebody traveled quite a distance to be here. But I think that we could potentially ask folks giving the reports, given that they're mostly submitted in written form, if they'd be willing to cede that time back to us. And similarly, the other discussion items that would come after A and B, we could potentially leave those for a later time as well. And that would save us some 40 minutes or so.
Okay. Is that amendable to the rest of the board? Okay. Go ahead, Jerry.
No, I'm all for the honoring our guests who have come from out of town
Absolutely.
to begin with.
Great. All right. We'll go ahead and move forward with that. Let's go on to the reports then. We got the SGA report. President Hampton.
Good evening, everyone. So the data I'm presenting is the student survey that we pushed out during Welcome Week. And for that, if I could get the slides up, please. And just for your information, we will be continuing this with each term. We will be having Welcome Week for each term. So the data will be different as the year progresses. Next slide, please. So as far as attendance, we had 146 responses, and of those responses, we had 24% say they were here for one term, and then 24% also say that they're here for 4 terms. So we had a wide range of students submitting this response. And luckily, we had more than 50% of students say that they had heard of SGA before. This is great to hear, especially as we are trying to push the recognition of SGA out to the student body and get people more interested in getting engaged in civil engagement and government. Next slide, please. Now, as far as student services and support, the biggest thing that people answered, 113 students, this is super majority of students, said that they have used academic advising. This is great to hear. Academic advising helps students guided with their classes, helps them know what they're doing at college. And then as far as how can LCC and SGA better support their academic success, the majority of students said that they would like more study spaces. And I think you'll see that this is a recurring theme throughout this presentation. Next slide, please. And continuing with this, what resources students felt were lacking at LCC was financial aid assistance. Now this aligns directly with students saying that they most used financial aid as a resource and that it was also lacking. So this is an area that the college could really focus in on more, especially during these times where classes are having to be cut, things are changing, and students need direction in where they're going. Next slide, please. Now, this was an interesting question we wanted to ask because one of our goals is to get people more on campus, more connected to resources. And so we asked students where they typically study. The majority of them said, more than half, said that they studied at home or campus. But an interesting one you'll see on here is University of Oregon. I personally wanted to put that one on there as I had heard a lot of students last year say that they go to University of Oregon, specifically to the EMC, because they have longer access to hours. The EMC during the school year is open until 11 p.m. We're only open until 7:30. Next slide, please. Now, barriers to resources that students face, the biggest one was time constraints. Again, this could go into buildings not being open, there not being enough staff availability, and other things. The second one I would like to mention on here is lack of awareness. This is one of our main goals. This is one of my presidential goals, is to get students more connected to resources on campus. Next slide, please. Now, this is one of my lovely word bubbles. I compiled all of the students' answers to answer the question, when it comes to academics, is there policy, procedure, something in practice we can advocate for them for? Now, one thing that we did say on here was we gave some examples with specifically library hours, having study spaces, so it was a bit misleading or guided, I should say. But, you know, if that's the student thing, you see an example, you take the example. I think this is something that we will work on next term, is saying, yes, we have these examples, but please provide your own examples. We want to hear your unique voice. But I think what you'll see here, again, is longer access to open buildings. Next slide, please. Now, as far as supporting students, specifically from SGA, from our team, they would like to see more events and activities from us, and this is something that we're working on. And also academic resources. This could come in a variety of ways. We've done resource walks where we take students on a guided tour to see the various resources at campus. We could help support them in other ways, like UO. They have a specific section in their student government where they support students with their academic success. Next slide, please. As far as events, this is more, I guess, SGA sort of sided, particularly targeted for us. Social events is a big one for students. They want to connect with their fellow students outside of the classroom. And cultural events is also another big one on there. Next slide, please. Oh, actually, last slide, please. Last slide, please. Thank you. You'll notice on here, volunteer opportunities is a big one as well. 48 people said that they would like to engage with that, and you'll see that come up later as well. Next slide, please. So as far as events continued, extra additional activities and programs they would like us to organize, and the biggest one was outdoor adventures or trips. And this really solidifies our MOU with the college. Per the Student Activity Fee Committee last year, we allotted $5,000 roughly to the athletics program specifically geared towards recreation. And we've already heard this last meeting, we had them in for the student activity fee procedure, and we already heard some great changes from them. Is it that they had implemented some longer gym hours, open access to athletic areas, and we'd love to see what they do moving forward. And then the likeliness of students attending events organized by LCC or SGA has gone up. Last year, we only had 5 students say that they would definitely attend these events. This year, we got 18 students, so that's great to hear. Next slide, please. And events continued. Best time of day for them was majority afternoon, and this makes sense. We have a lot of morning classes and then afternoon/evening classes, and there's really that lunch break time where everyone is around, everyone is available. Next slide, please. Now, life at Lane. I think this is an important one to highlight in these times. Academic opportunities was the majority vote for all the students here. And I do have to say, we have some incredible programs, and I hope that we don't have to lose more, but it is unfortunately the reality. And they also said that they love campus events. Again, campus events get students engaged, they get to connect with each other and faculty and staff. Next slide, please. Now, leadership opportunities. I said volunteering would come up, and here it is. So the majority of students, 70%, that they want to volunteer at campus events. And this is something that we can really streamline with Engage. Once we get that up and running, they'll be able to have ways that they can say, hey, I want to volunteer for this event, and that can really, really be streamlined along with student IDs. And this is something, and also participating in committees, that is also something that was on there. And then as far as students who wanted to receive direct information about leadership opportunities, we got 63 people replying yes. This is under the majority of people who replied to the survey, but this is 63 people who are interested in getting involved at Lane, which is great to hear. And this is something that Alejandro, our communications officer, has already been working on. Next slide, please. Here's another one of my lovely word bubbles. Changes and improvements for enhancing the student experience at LCC. Again, time, events, this sort of thing that we've already been seeing. Tutoring is the biggest one on there, really. And unfortunately, we've already seen cuts to Trio. But enhancing what we do have, I think, is really vital in this time. Next slide, please. Oh, and that is the end of my presentation. I just wanted to include a quote from one of the students that I thought was really important and I thought just really highlighted the overall experience during Welcome Week. Thank you.
Thank you. Always a wonderful report. Moving on to the LCCEA report. Adrian Mitchell. Great job.
Good evening, Board of Education and President Bulger. I'll give a brief report because of the late hour, but I will be providing this document for posting on Board Docs and to all of you by email as well. You'll see a lot of photos and images and graphs and charts, including a march that included more than 400 people in downtown Eugene on October 4th. That was, we had all of our faculty members, community members, students, and supporters standing together in solidarity for democracy at our Board of Education and also for a fair contract for faculty. One section of my report includes some data on staffing and fiscal data. I'm very concerned about the slides that are in the fiscal data report that you're going to be receiving later, and I look forward to the opportunity to meet with Kara to review the data, because I believe that a number of the data points are inaccurate with regard to faculty staffing and salary. So what I have provided in my report, which you will receive, is a bunch of documents that are from objective external sources. These include the FY24 fiscal audit that shows staffing levels, the official data from the fiscal audit, as well as the official data that is coming from the Higher Education Coordinating Commission report that was just published and is going to their meeting tomorrow and the next day, as well as information that was provided by the Budget and Finance Office, and in addition to that, information provided by the administration at your very last meeting. So all of that will be in my included in my report, and it is quite substantially different from the data that you're receiving in your report tonight. The next topic I'm going to be talking about is impacts to faculty morale and more faculty resignations. I have spoken to the board about this numerous times, and I'm asking you to please hear this and please do something. LCCEA advocates for justice and equity on campus and off, and we're extremely concerned about faculty from historically oppressed groups resigning or retiring earlier than planned due to conditions on campus. The data that the administration provided at the July board meeting shows that this is a real trend. The administration's data do show that the BIPOC faculty representation has dropped 3 full percentage points from fall 2022 through fall 2024. But we've had more resignations since then. In April, another full-time faculty member from a historically oppressed racial and ethnic group resigned from LCC suddenly, specifically citing working conditions and retaliation by the administration for their advocacy for DEI as factors in their decision. And in addition to that, I'm saddened to report that yet another permanent full-time faculty has just resigned from LCC due to conditions on campus. This keeps happening, and I'm continuing to report on it, and I'm asking you to please hear these words and please listen. This is a quote from the faculty member who just resigned. We're talking about permanent full-time faculty. These are really hard jobs to get. They're extremely competitive. The faculty member writes, "This is the most welcomed I've ever felt in a department out of everywhere I've ever worked. Although my decision to resign had everything to do with having had nothing to do with having great coworkers and only to do with the admin. My career at LCC had so much potential. Too bad our administrators decided to ruin it with their terrible leadership." The faculty member explained that they resigned and said, "It's definitely because of the toxic environment and morale caused by the administration's unfair labor practices, wage theft, etc. I no longer view LCC as a safe, sustainable workplace where I can have a healthy career. I'm only 32. I don't want to deal with this for another 30 years. We're talking about stable, full-time, permanent faculty who are resigning and leaving LCC. Please understand that the faculty bargaining proposals are very much connected to these conditions on campus, which have dramatically declined. They have dramatically declined since the DEI office was effectively dismantled. Since what we're seeing now at the bargaining table is a stripping of most of the language that protects marginalized students and marginalized faculty members, in addition to our basic fundamental rights protected under the constitutions for the part-time faculty in particular, who are most at risk. We're gravely concerned. The college's bargaining proposal literally looks like it was written by Ron DeSantis and the legislature in the state of Florida, the state of Texas. You are 7 board members whose names are on that proposal. The administration represents all of you in writing that proposal. It is the kind of attack on higher education that we see happening with the Trump administration and with these red state legislatures. And your names are on that proposal. Our faculty, our students, you're hearing about what's happening here on our campus. People do not feel safe. They're resigning. Classes are being cut. Guess what's in our proposal? The same kind of things that President Hampton reported students need: supporting tutoring, supporting counseling for students, ensuring that we have campus sanctuary provisions. And guess what? It is the state law. Having immigration protected under our contract, keeping our curriculum development funding that serves marginalized student populations. Please hear what the faculty and our community members have said to you tonight, and please be sure to review, revise, and entirely rewrite that proposal so that it aligns with the values of our community and the needs of our students. The last topic I'm going to address tonight is the most difficult. I ask that you please take the time to read the open letter that I have written to you, the Board of Education. I have read your emails, and I have seen that many of you write in your emails that you never read anything that I write or that you don't listen to me. I'm not going to take that personally. I'm writing this letter. I have written this letter because I care about Lane Community College, because I've dedicated virtually my entire adult life to serving our students, because I represent the faculty who have elected me to this role to come here and make these hard statements, even though I fear retaliation, even though I've been targeted for layoff, even though when I filed a whistleblower retaliation complaint in the past, the investigation was never even completed. I don't feel safe saying this. I don't feel safe writing that letter. And you know what? Those upper administrators didn't feel safe. Those upper administrators who had to resign or were forced to retire and sign non-disclosure agreements, they didn't feel safe either. This is an oppressive environment, and this is not about any one person or personalities. This is about our Board of Education needing to serve the people of our community. Please take the time to read it. Please figure out a better way forward for our institution. More than 417 people signed our petition. We've received the support of the DPLC Platform Committee. Our community's college and the people of Lane County deserve course and program offerings that they can rely upon, transparency and compliance with open meeting law, a Board of Education that is allowed to function as the governing body of LCC as you were elected to do. An LCC Board of Education whose members feel they are trusted and treated with respect, and legal compliance, transparency, and a healthy environment where board members do not operate with fear of retaliation for merely upholding their duties as elected board members. our democracy at a national level is increasingly fragile. It is more critical than ever to buttress higher education, which stands as a bulwark against authoritarianism, not only in our classrooms, labs, shops, libraries, and halls. It must begin here in the LCC boardroom. Without functioning democracy on the board, LCC cannot effectively serve the people of our region. Board members, please take action to reclaim your authority and to stabilize our community's college. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Tammy Hill online by chance? If not, we'll move on to the next report. Nope. Okay. All right. President Bolger.
Yes, really appreciate all of the comments that we've heard today. You have my report It's also in board docs as well, in the board packet. So I will cede most of my time actually to Dr. Grace. I think hopefully she's next, perhaps. I do want to applaud the institution and the LCC Foundation for its raising $500,000 last week. Really, really proud of them and proud of the institution. Really, really proud of that. And also, I want to remind the board of a presentation that we had in about June or July of this year, and it was about innovation. And I'm pleased to share that Lane has been invited by the League for Innovation in the Community College to pursue reaffirmation as a board-level institution. And what you may recall from that presentation, we had classified professionals and faculty. Faculty were on contract, but we had stories from deans related to faculty that this institution is known for innovation, it is a value of this institution, and it loves innovation. And I remember that presentation exciting the board. And so what I would like is to have your support for that, to go ahead and accept the opportunity for this reaffirmation. I'd love to have each board member say that they would support that. And so, Jesse Maldonado, I'm looking right at you, Jesse. So that's why I'm asking for your support first.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you. And Austin?
Yes.
Zach?
It's been a little while. I would have to go remind myself of it. I apologize that I don't remember the presentation and can't just say, yes, I wish I could. But I will go back and look at it and then give you my support.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Kevin?
Yeah, I remember the presentation, and I remember that it was exciting and optimistic, and absolutely yes.
Yeah, thank you. Jerry?
I will go back and look at it again, too.
Okay. Julie?
Absolutely.
And Steve?
Yeah, you have my support.
Thank you. So I will follow up with Jerry and Zach. Thank you so much for looking at that. Hope that you enjoyed that presentation. Thank you, and that's my report.
Excellent. Would the board, before we go to consent agenda, would the board be amenable to doing the accreditation and governance since we have our guest here? Excellent. Seeing no objection. Dr. Bolger, would you mind, or President Bolger, rather.
I'd be happy. I'd be honored to. This is Dr. Selena Grace, and Dr. Grace will probably introduce herself as she leads this presentation and this discussion with the board. And she is a very busy person, as you might imagine, and she has graciously wanted to come to Lane Community College to talk with the board and to be introduced to our wonderful institution. And so, Dr. Grace, I'll turn over the time to you.
Thank you, President Bolger. Members of the board, I am excited to be here. I will try and liven things up. I know you've had a very long night and still have all of your business yet to do. So I do think that governance is a really important thing for you to spend some time talking about, and it affects all of our institutions in really important ways. So just a little bit about myself. I am the president of the Northwest Commission on Colleges and Universities. I was selected after a national search in July to that role. I've been at the commission for 5.5 years, but been working with the commission as an evaluator and a chair for well over a decade. So I have a long history in working with the Northwest as an accreditor. And one of the things that I love the most about the Northwest is the way that we honor each institution's unique mission. It's really an important part of accreditation recognition, is that honoring of each institution's unique mission. We have 163 institutions, and all of those institutions serve unique communities and missions. So if you could go to the next slide. So I want to talk a little bit about accreditation and what the purpose of accreditation is. We recognize that we are part of a triad. There are really 3 aspects to institutional quality and oversight. The U.S. Department of Education sets regulations about the standards expected of us to provide oversight on institutions for awarding of federal financial aid, federal grants. We work with states. Many states pass legislation that impact public institutions and private institutions, and we recognize the unique role of each of the states in which our members work. The TCs represent our tribal communities. We have 9 tribal colleges, and so we recognize that those tribal communities also have a unique governance structure and authority over their institutions. And so we're part of this triad for assurances of quality. Really what accreditation is that it's a demonstration of the quality of education at an institution, the viability and sustainability of an institution. It is a peer review process. And so what I mean by that is that each of the reviews that happen for our respective institutions are conducted by peer reviewers. So we wouldn't send to Lane Community College R1 peer evaluators. They wouldn't understand the unique mission and the community that you serve. So we're going to identify peer evaluators who also are from community colleges and serve or work in institutions with similar missions. It really is a demonstration of the institution's representation, reputation, and it's a way that students can transfer. An institution who is not accredited, students will struggle to transfer to other institutions. So accreditation is really important. If you can go to the next slide, please. I think back one slide, maybe. There we go. So we've been around for over 100 years. We started in 1917, well before the U.S. Department of Education came into existence and then started setting guidelines for us. And so we've been working with our member institutions for a very long time. And through the process, you'll hear me talk a lot about continuous improvement. Just as we expect our institutions to be committed to continuous improvement, we too are committed to continuous improvement and looking at our own standards. We're in the middle of looking at our standards right now and refining those standards. What I think is helpful for you as a governing board to know is the accreditation cycle that your institution undergoes. There's really valuable information as a governing board that you should be looking at your institution's accreditation documentation that could help you in your own decision-making process. So the cycle that your institution undergoes is a 7-year cycle. Every year, your institution will provide us an annual report. We're looking at enrollment data disaggregated by race, ethnicity, gender, socioeconomic status, really trying to understand the students that your institution is serving. We're looking at student achievement metrics tied to that. Are you retaining your students? Are you graduating your students? And we're looking at financials. We're looking at the financial viability of institutions. Increasingly, we're seeing more and more institutions at financial risk, loss of federal dollars, loss of state dollars, grants, and those are impacting the viability of the institution. So those are things that we look at on an annual basis. One of the things that we do that I really like is the mid-cycle report. That happens in year 3. It's unique to us in many ways because it's a formative process. Much of what you see around accreditation is really around compliance. And the mid-cycle report provides an opportunity for your campus and a team to look at the things that you're doing really well around your mission, around student learning and student achievement. And it gives your campus an opportunity to talk with peer evaluators about the things that they see as successful and areas of opportunity for your institution to be more successful in that year 7. The Year 6 report is an off-site virtual report. It's really focused on all the elements of Standard 2. We often refer to those as our compliance standards. Those are all of the standards required by the U.S. Department of Education and often tie into policies and procedures and financial processes for the institution. Now, with the Year 6 report, one of the things that will happen as part of that is your institution will get recommendations. There'll be findings. And those aren't a formal decision by the commission. So it allows your campus some time to address any deficiencies in policies and procedures before you get an official recommendation by the commission. So that'll happen in Year 6. The Year 7 visit is that comprehensive visit where we send a team here. The liaison is on site. So your institutional liaison is Dr. Geeta Bangera, and she's there with the team to guide them. And this process really takes a deep dive in, is your institution meeting its mission? Is it doing all the things that it says it's doing? Do the data demonstrate that? How are you assessing learning at the program and degree level? Are you doing that across all of your programs consistently? And then it looks at student achievement data. Next slide. So I'm going to talk just a little bit about our standards and our eligibility requirements. What's important for you to know is that the eligibility requirements are the baseline for eligibility for accreditation. When an institution comes to us and they say, we want to be recognized by the Northwest Commission, what we tell them is you have to provide demonstration that you're meeting our eligibility requirements. So if you're ever cited in a recommendation with an eligibility requirement, you're automatically non-compliant because the eligibility requirements are that baseline for recognition. Now, if you look at our standards and eligibility requirements, you'll see that 9, 10, and 11 have significant overlap. The eligibility requirements have overlap with the standards. That is something that in our standards revision process that we're working on refining, so there's better clarity in the distinction between ERs and standards. So I'm going to take a deeper dive into the standards that most directly affect you as a governing board. If you can go to the next slide. So governance is key. When I go to campuses and I meet with governing boards, and I will tell you that successful institutions have highly functioning governing boards. Institutions who are struggling have boards who are struggling. What you do and how you lead will bleed down into your organization, whether you want it to or believe it will or not. I see it time and time again. I've been watching it for decades. And so your ability to function effectively as a board is really critically important to the sustainability and viability of your institution. So Standard 2A1 is asking or requires that institutions have an effective governance structure with board members who are predominantly have no contractual or an employment agreement with the institution. For you guys, that's not an issue. We do have private institutions where that sometimes becomes more of a challenge. It also requires that you have policies that clearly define the authority, roles, and responsibilities of the board. Those will often be in your board bylaws, your handbook, a board manual. But what's really important is that you're following your own bylaws, your own handbook, and your own processes. When an institution finds themselves in trouble, it's because you're not adhering to your own processes and procedures. So you have policies that you should be adhering to as part of your processes. If you can go to the next slide, please. The other requirement is that the institution has an effective system of leadership that's staffed by qualified administrators who have the appropriate level of authority and responsibility as well as accountability, and they are charged with the planning, organizing, and managing the institution and assessing its effectiveness and its achievements. Now, this is not the standard about the president. This standard is really about the president's administrative team. So the president will often have an administrative position that's focused on academics, someone that's focused on finance, and institutions have the different titles for them. Sometimes they're a VP of academics, sometimes they're a dean of academics. And so that standard is that required administrative structure within the institution. That is the president's leadership team. If you can go to the next slide, please. This is the part that's most important for you. You have one employee. That employee is your president. The president is the one that you've hired, who is appropriately qualified and has the full-time responsibility to run and administer the institution. And so that is your standard on who your employee is and what the expectations are for the president to administer and run the institution. Next slide. I added this slide because it is also important. This is really about decision-making structures and processes, that they're clear, that they're documented, that you're following those, and that these processes allow for the provisions for the consideration of views of faculty, staff, administrators, and students on matters in which they have a direct and reasonable interest. So providing opportunities for them to provide feedback doesn't mean that they make the decisions. The president is the one who makes the decisions for your institution. But you should be providing opportunities for all stakeholders to provide input on matters in which they have a direct and reasonable interest. And that's a critically important part. That's another area where I would say we see institutions get themselves in trouble. Next slide, please. So I want to talk just a little bit about non-compliant recommendations. So when a team is here, they'll issue recommendations. A recommendation can be needs improvement, so substantially in compliance, but needs improvement, or it can be non-compliant. What's important for you to know about a non-compliant recommendation is that there is a federally prescribed timeline in which your institution must come back into compliance, or the commission is required to take adverse action. So that timeline for you guys, because you offer bachelor's degrees, would be 4 years. So if you had a non-compliant recommendation, you have 4 years to get that recommendation back into compliance. Now, we wouldn't wait until that end of that 4-year period. We're going to be actively working with you if you have a non-compliant recommendation to get you back on track. Our goal is to support the institution with the process and give you as much support as possible to help you get back to where you need to be. If you can go to the next slide. This one is tricky because it refers to sanctions. So the prior slide talks about non-compliant recommendations and the timeline associated with that. A sanction is different. A non-compliant recommendation would come out in a commission's report, and it's related to where you're at with meeting the standards. A sanction is a public notice. If your institution receives a sanction, you must post that on your website, and you are required to notify all of your students that you've received this sanction. There are 3 sanctions that an institution could receive, and they're never necessarily given in any sequential order. It's really based on what the issues are at the institution. There's warning, probation, and show cause. I will say that show cause is the most severe sanction that an institution can receive. And what's important for you to know is that if you receive a probation or show cause, you must, 1, develop a teach-out plan. If you receive a sanction, or show cause, you have to develop teach-out agreements. And so these are very significant. The timeline for coming into compliance with a sanction is the exact same timeline as a non-compliant recommendation. And those are guidelines administered by the U.S. Department of Education. Those aren't any guidelines we have any control over. So if you receive a non-compliant recommendation and that moves into a sanction, your timeline could essentially be shortened. So those are things to keep in mind if you receive any of those items. And again, those are areas that we'll work with you on, but it's always important for governing boards to know the implication of an institution receiving a non-compliant recommendation and/or a sanction. Okay, next slide. I'm trying to move through these quickly, so I want to just stop real quickly and see if you have any questions as it relates to accreditation or our standards, and then I'm going to jump into governance.
I have questions, but I'll wait.
Yeah, I have a question. Well, it sounds like, based off of a few different things that you mentioned, that you, it's a call out but call in type of system that you guys have with institutions. Like if there is any variation that an institution is going outside of the realms of and stuff like that, you're calling them back in. You're asking, you're wanting to work with them, and you're wanting to pursue opportunities to work with them overall. Is that my understanding from based off of what you just mentioned?
So our philosophy is to support the institution in continuous improvement in our standards. You know, our approach is that accreditation is a journey, it's not a destination, and so it is a commitment to continuous improvement. If an institution is struggling, we are committed to being partners in that process with the institution, but that is what it would be, a partnership of collaboration with the institution. Sometimes that's not always the case.
Gotcha. So it sounds like two-way conversations between the institutions. So, yeah. Excellent. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. What constitutes personal financial interests?
So that's generally if you are employed or you are an owner in the institution. So sometimes you'll have a board member who is an employee of the board. You wouldn't want the majority of your board member to be employees.
Has there ever been an instance where, for example, campaign donations from established groups come into play with how you would look at that?
We wouldn't be in the weeds on that. We're looking at really employment, ownership. We're not looking at campaign donations and that type of thing.
And then my next question, which you may not have covered yet, so I'll just get it out there. What's the NWCCU standard, or the trigger point that requires board involvement with program changes?
So that's a great question. We do not set what the policies are for any respective institution on the board's role in programmatic review and approval. It varies by institution type. It really comes back to you having policies and procedures in your bylaws. But I will talk about what are best practices in board governance, and so that may help you with that question.
Thank you. And by the way, thanks for being here tonight.
Yeah, happy to be here. Okay, next slide. Oh, yes.
Let's go
sorry.
Zach and then.
You mentioned that you could provide guidance. Would that be later that you would provide that guidance with regards to best practices?
I'm going to move to that next.
Okay.
Those are the next slides.
Hi, I'm not sure how much information you've given or how much you know, but with what you know, is LCC, in your opinion, in risk of a sanction?
So I don't have any authority over an institution receiving a sanction, receiving a recommendation. It is our Board of Commissioners who make that decision, and they make that decision based on any recommendations that would come from a peer evaluation visit. So typically they come out of part of a comprehensive visit. It could happen at an ad hoc visit, but it would come based on recommendation from a peer evaluation team, and then it would be the commission who makes that decision. So I'm not here to judge or make any determinations. My goal is to help guide you in the best ways that I can on what our standards are and what our expectations are.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
All right, just to summarize what you just mentioned in regards to programs and stuff like that. So essentially it is, if an institution has a board policy or a policy, follow that policy.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next slide. So I just want to take a minute. I know you've been here a long time, but I think this is a really important part when I go out and meet with boards to ask this question. And I'd just like to go around each of you and have you share your why. Why did you become a board member at Lane Community College? And just take a brief minute, not a long explanation, just a brief 60-second statement on why you became a board member.
Who wants to start?
I can go ahead, Austin.
Yep, go ahead.
Sure. Well, thank you again for being here. Really appreciate it. I would say I'm a first-gen college student myself, so it is important to me that I didn't grow up with family that went to higher education, so it's really being able to help open that door for more folks at a two-year institution and push them to continue their goals and dreams and find a love for higher learning and find a love for whatever comes next for them. And so it really was kind of a where I came from and is pushing me to try and help others be able to accomplish what they want to. So
Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, a couple of reasons. One, I'm an LCC alum, so I wanted to give back because LCC really was instrumental in my career, in my professional career. I'm a retired educator, professor from a neighboring R1 institution that will remain unnamed. And I was just so privileged to work with students during that time, and I wanted to somehow help students.
Julie, did you raise your hand? Oh, no. Okay. See?
Yep, I'll go. Let's see. I think the community colleges in general offer an access and bridge to the middle class for lots of folks. LCC in particular does that and is a real gem for our community. And so I am here to support that, to promote that, to ensure it for the next generation, and can do my part to ensure that we remain accessible for students.
I'll go ahead and go. First and foremost, the students. That's the main reason why I've passed policies in 2 different community colleges to allow for a student board member to sit at the board and be able to have an opportunity to be called upon and speak to the board. It's the reason why I supported having students speak first at public comment. And also just on the concept of community colleges, it's the Ellis Island of higher education. And it's so much, and I would even say it's so much more than that. I mean, we have the Small Business Development Center, which allows for business owners to be able to start, grow, and sell their business. We have different clubs and programs for students that allow them to find community in a community college. And the fact that we are the community's college is so instrumental in so many different areas. And for every dollar that goes into the community college, whether it's tax-paying dollars or from the foundation and donors and so forth, it exponentially increases the greater value of our community as a whole. Jerry?
Thank you for being here. Well, I believe in the power of education. I'm very interested in the nexus between our economy and the kind of education that we provide here, and training and licensing that we provide here at Lane. And it strikes me that they can take away a lot of things from you. Can lose your property, you can lose your house, your car, your whatever. The one thing that can't be taken from you is your education. Once you have it, it's yours, and you can go a lot of different places with that. I studied Chinese in college, and that one thing took me around the world several times. Anyway, thanks.
As a community college graduate, I want Lane to be excellent now and for generations to come.
I'm just going to lean. I started when I was 20. I was a first-generation student. I got involved in student government, and life took a turn, and I returned when I was 50, first generation again in a different way. And but it helped me with my education. I got a degree in nonprofit management. I've been on lots of boards, and Well, I just thought that this was a place where I could give back to LCC. I loved being here when I was here, and use my experience in board governance and financial management, and just wanted to put it to good use to have the college be sustainable and so making sure students were successful and all that. That's why.
Thank you. Thank you each for sharing. I hope you heard what each of your colleagues said and shared, and things that divide you often get in the way of decisions when there's actually more here that unites you. And your commitment to Lane Community College as an institution, to the community, to the students, to the value of education transforming lives, and that when you find yourselves distracted, that you center back on that purpose of why you're here, and maybe that will help in those moments of division, that you actually have a lot in common in your love and care for the institution. And I always like to start this section with that conversation because I think it's really important. If you can move to the next slide. So the Washington State Board of Community and Technical Colleges has done this great visual that I love to use because sometimes words become just too much and overwhelming. And here's a great visual representation that we often call the green line. What's the responsibility of the board versus the administration? And I'm going to repeat myself multiple times through this slide, throughout the rest of the presentation, on the board's role, the institution, the president's role, because I think it's really important. Sometimes it's hard to understand those lines. The board really is the visionary for the institution. Yes, you have a fiduciary responsibility. You have a policy-making responsibility. You set the goals and objectives, and you evaluate the president's progress on meeting those goals and objectives. But it is the president's responsibility and her team to determine how that gets done, to evaluate and assess their own progress on meeting the goals that you've identified, to operationalize policies, to design programs. Generally, boards aren't in the weeds on curriculum. You just don't see it. It's really the role of faculty to design and develop curriculum. It's the president's job to bring forward curriculum proposals. The board may approve programs, new programs, or potentially closure of programs, but it's the institution's responsibility to manage and implement them. So this is just a great way to visualize that line between what's your responsibility and authority versus that of the president and the administration. Next slide, please. What's really important is the cohesion that you collectively form as a group. You can have differences of opinion, but collectively you are one body. Individually, you aren't really anything. It's the collective of a board that makes you something. And that's important. When we see effective boards, they may disagree on things, but they're working focused on the best interest of the institution. They're following policies and process. They're managing their business appropriately. They're managing their agendas appropriately. You're really setting the climate for the institution. If the board is not functioning properly, the campus will not function properly. You don't do the work of the institution. It is not your role or responsibility to run or operate the institution. That is why you hire a president. You establish those standards and you oversee those policies. You can modify those policies, but it really is the responsibility of the leadership to administer them. So next slide, please. Again, it's important that you act as a unit. The beauty of a community college board is that you are elected and you come with really unique and diverse perspectives, and those perspectives bring value to the discussion that the board will have, but really you are acting collectively. We always tell boards to be visionary, think strategic. We really want to support our institutions in being innovative. If you're on the weeds worrying about the decisions that the president's making, what are you doing to support the innovation of your institution? And I think that's an important consideration when boards start to micromanage a president, that you're losing sight of that visionary perspective. Again, you set the policies, you employ, you evaluate, and you support the president. When boards start to question presidents, what we often wonder is, are you asking for the right information? You have a responsibility to set the goals and objectives for the president. Identify what it is you want the president to report to you on, and then the president will report back to you. Don't be second guessing decisions that a president makes. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. But really work to establish clear goals and objectives. Next slide, please. This is important, that the board speaks as a whole, not as individuals. Individual board members should not be going out and speaking on behalf of the entire board. The board speaks collectively. Again, you have diverse perspectives and you bring those perspectives, and those are important, but individually you have no authority, no responsibility. It's collectively as a single body that you have the legal authority and the responsibility. And so that collective action is critically important. Next slide. So I continue to emphasize this because it's this separation and divisiveness with boards where we start to see challenges, where boards start abandoning their own policies and procedures, not even following the commission standards, where boards find themselves in trouble. And it's that, that separation. So it's important. I'd love that you have a student representative on your board. I think that it's always wonderful to have that perspective and to see that, and that the student recognizes their role. I can see that the student isn't here as an advocating for student issues, but is participating as a board member. So that is great. A kudos to you as a board to see that and have that function. But honor the team nature of your role as a board and working together. Again, don't speak outside of public meetings individually about what you believe is the position of the board, that you're here collectively. Once a decision's been made, support the board in those decisions. I think that's a really important piece. Next slide. I want to talk about the different relationships, and I could see some of it play out here this evening. You do have a unique relationship as an elected board, and so we're going to talk about each of the various stakeholders and how you engage with those stakeholders as a board member, because you are a representative of the college, but you're not a spokesperson unless you've been given that authority. Generally, that's delegated to the board chair. And the board has given the board chair the authority to speak on behalf of the board. So just remember those pieces. And we're going to just talk a little bit about each of these relationships. So if you can go to the next slide. This is your most important relationship. This is the person that you've hired to manage and run the institution. If trust isn't there, the college can't possibly prosper. I think that's critically important. I've seen it time and time again that if the board has lost confidence in the president or there's not a good, strong working relationship, then you're not going to move forward. And so making sure you have that strong relationship, you've hired the president, or even if you weren't on the board when the prior president or when the board president was hired, maybe you weren't elected at that time, you're setting the goals and expectations. So being clear about what you expect of your president will help build that trust and that transparency. I think it's important that you know, too, that the president is your expert. You're relying on the president to bring you information, to guide you, to advise you. Remember, the standards require that they're qualified to hold the position. You've not put someone in the position of president who doesn't have the qualifications to do the job. And I say, don't second guess the president's decisions. Now, that's different than asking questions and asking for data and asking for information. Second guessing is, why did you make that decision? As opposed to, what evidence did you use to make that decision? Or do we need to consider any alternative things? You don't want to be second guessing decisions that you've delegated to your president. The president's job is to run the college. And I put it in the slide. If the president doesn't perform as the board wishes, then that's a time for the board and the administration to have a conversation. But you should have open and honest communication and trust between the board and the president. That is critically important for you both to function effectively and efficiently. Next slide. Faculty. The faculty do not report to the board. Faculty often want to invite you to classes, will come to you with problems, and it's not your role to mitigate faculty issues. That is the president's responsibility. If you are offered the opportunity to come to class or attend a class or to speak at a class, you should always make your president aware of that invitation. You should never just be showing up on campus and your president not being aware of that. It's really important that you have that transparency with your president. Even in good working relationships, you should have that. It's really important if relationships are strained or challenged that you know what each of you are doing. It doesn't mean you can't come to campus. You should be on campus. You should participate in campus events. You should be engaged in those things. You bring expertise individually, and you may be asked to speak at a class. Those are important things, and you bring value, that expertise, to students to hear from you. And so those are opportunities that you should leverage. But again, you need to be communicating with your president, and oftentimes you're involving your president and board chair in both of those conversations. So just important things to consider. Next slide. It really is the same relationship with students. If a student comes to you with a grievance, you listen, you thank them, you can't tell them what the outcome will be. You pass that information on to the board chair and to the president. It's the president's responsibility to manage those issues. You should never say, well, I'm going to solve this for you. We'll get it on the agenda. We'll take care of it. Now you're stepping outside of your roles and responsibility as a board member. Really, you take those issues, you thank them for sharing, and you take that to the chair and to the president, and it's the president's responsibility. You can ask the president to report back on the outcomes of these items, but that's the president's responsibility. And so that relationship is true whether it's a faculty member, whether it's a student, or the next slide, which gets at community, which is hard when you're a publicly elected board. You will have community members coming up to you all the time because you do represent the community in your role as an elected board member, but your responsibility is to the college and serving that mission. So again, listen politely, thank them, and pass on their information. Don't try to solve the issue, don't investigate it, and one of the most important roles that you have is being an advocate and being a champion of the college and the great work that they're doing. If you're not advocating out there for the successes and the great things happening here, then who will do those things? That really is an essential function of your role, is being that cheerleader and supporting the college and the great work that the college is doing. Next slide. So I want to talk a little bit about the distinction or the process of establishing policy. So oftentimes organizations get confused between policies and procedures. So policies set the intent and direction. They're a philosophy that will help guide the organization. And it's your job to set policy. You establish what the intent and the direction is of the college. You set policy. Next slide. So when you talk about who's responsible for what pieces, when you're looking at governance, you're setting values. You're setting the strategic vision of the institution. That's your responsibility. But it is the president's responsibility to operationalize those things and to set the procedures, to determine how those goals and objectives will be met, to implement policies that you've established. Your policies are always at a higher level. Your procedures are down in the weeds. How does it get done? What's the process? Who do we engage? That's the president's responsibility, that tactical aspect of how to do things. Next slide. So again, you guys are setting the agenda for policy, for strategic needs. You're really looking at what are the goals. You can bring in external advisors, do surveys, community surveys, information that will help inform and advise you. You've got a student survey that was just shared with you. Those are pieces of information that can help guide and inform you on what you want the goals and priorities to be for the organization. So engage those stakeholders in soliciting feedback on goals and objectives for the institutions. But know what the college's policies and processes are. So a lot of conversation about budget and process. As a board, you should know what the budget process is internally for the college before a budget recommendation comes to you. That's an important part, right? There's work that happens at the college before the board makes the decision about what the budget is. You determine what those engagement points are from the president, but the president is responsible for the administrative process of that happening on the campus. Next slide. This is a great, just succinct way to talk about the differences between the board and the president. So it really just takes the last several slides and summarizes what it is that the board does versus what it is that the president does. And so I like to give different ways of providing the information on the roles and responsibilities of the board, which is why I like that great visual representation. Sometimes narrative is best, and sometimes a bullet list of what those responsibilities are. So next slide. I think that's the last. Oh, I've got one more, sorry. Again, stay out of the day-to-day business of the college. Don't be on campus to the extent that it appears that you're micromanaging or interfering. I will tell you, I've seen boards who've been on campus and they're meeting with staff and faculty about key issues, and that's not an appropriate role for a board member. You should be, as you've done here tonight, offering opportunities for those stakeholders to come and share feedback, but individually, you shouldn't be meeting with those individuals on campus and talking about issues, because if you're meeting with them individually, you're not acting collectively as a board. And so that's an important piece, that the board collectively hears that feedback and that input. One of the other pieces that's important is, and I read it in your policy, that the president works with the board chair in the development of the agenda. So as a board, you collectively have decisions in what do you want on the agenda, what should be on the agenda. The president has an essential role in advising and guiding you on the things that you need to do based on your fiduciary responsibilities, based on your strategic visionary responsibilities. She's going to guide you on, I need a decision from you on this so the college can operate, so we can make decisions. And so she's your resource. I've never seen a case in where the president doesn't actively work with the board or the board chair on the development of an agenda. That's a critical part of the process for you to know what decisions you need to be making based on the timelines required for the institution. You can certainly add other things as a board, updates on your strategic goals or the goals you've set for the president, but that's an important piece that I think is important for you to know just based on things that I've heard this evening. So again, if you hear of problems or concerns, refer those to the president and have the president report back to you. You can expect the president to report back to you on resolution of issues that you've brought to the president. But it's the president's responsibility to address and solve those issues. Next slide. And that is it, and I hope I'm not too much over.
No, you're doing great, actually. Did we have time for questions and conversation? Go ahead. Any questions? All right, I have a few questions. Okay, I have a few questions. So we have a board policy 4350. It states approve all academic programs, vocational, technical programs of study, degrees, certificates, and diplomas. Approve major substantive changes to the college's mission, policy, and programs. So essentially what it's stating is that when the programs are to be cut, added, changed in a major substantive changes, that goes before the board so that we could have, for instance, a meeting where the public can receive input, students can receive, have input and so forth. And that is part of governance and governance structures. Correct?
So you set your own policies and procedures. We do not set those. So when you say substantive change, you must define those things in your policy. What we have as it relates to substantive change would not necessarily align with what your process is for substantive change.
Understood.
Substantive change for us is a federal definition that we're required to monitor institutional changes based on federal guidelines. But institutions each have different definitions of what would constitute or what makes up a substantive change. So it's really dependent upon your policies and your procedures. We wouldn't be prescriptive in that regard.
Understood. And it would be the board that would determine what would be substantive change, or to define substantive, right?
You could define that in your policy. I would highly suggest that you require the campus, the president, to make recommendations to you because they're in the business of managing programs.
Understood. Yeah, thank you.
I really appreciate you bringing that up, Austin, because you might recall a presentation that we shared, and we talked about major substantive change. And what I hear from you is still a definition that the board approves program cuts, and there's another board policy that talks about the president making reasonable interpretations of policy in the authority that the board has delegated to the president to run the institution. And I personally do not see in that policy any mention of program cuts. It's just not mentioned there. And so when we talked about that policy, major substantive change, then we contacted the commission. We looked at the substantive change manual because I think that board members, it may have been you, it may have been others, actually wanted to refer to that. And there is nothing in the manual, the substantive change manual, that would suggest that the board needs to engage in making decisions related to that. So we called it a moratorium. That's what the substantive change manual calls it. We call it the LPN program. It came up a lot tonight. The LPN program was a pathway was paused. It's considered a moratorium. It is not a major substantive change by the commission. But since you brought it up again, because that's just not it's not resolved, essentially for the board. Not sure what else I can do, but I am explaining that and explaining that. So.
I would just.
My question was just simply that the board can define what substantive change is.
You should be clear in your policy, your expectations, yes.
Understood. Thank you.
Yes. And I would just add, for us, a closing of a program or putting a program in moratorium is a notification through the portal. All we require is that the institution address if there are any students enrolled in the program and how those students will be served through to completion, if they're enrolled, if it's a moratorium. But we would never set a standard or requirement that would be so prescriptive on what a substantive change look like for a respective board for you to engage and approve or not approve. That's not our authority.
Understood. Thank you. Zach, you had something?
Just as a follow-up, don't need an answer tonight, and I've sent this question to President Bolger about a month ago that hopefully we'll get feedback on. There's an NWCCU document that talks about when programs are set for pause, suspension, or termination. And there's a line in there that effectively says that any suspension, termination, or pause should be carefully considered by the governing body of the institution.
Can you tell me exactly where that is?
I will have to send it to you after.
Because
But it gives no guidance on what that means. It just has a sentence that says it should be carefully considered, but then has no real guidance on what that means in practice.
Yeah.
And so if there is guidance on what that should mean in practice, I would love to know what that is. And if not, I think it will then fall onto this board to be very, very clear about what its expectations are.
Yeah, if you can provide specifically where you saw that, because that's not something that stands out to me in a requirement either in our substantive change process, and it's definitely not in our standards because we don't speak to any programmatic issues in our standards. They're only in the substantive change area. And again, that's because those things are required by the U.S. Department of Education.
The substantive change manual links to the document that talks about the program cuts, suspensions, terminations. I will send that document. I will resend my request to President Bolger to get feedback from NWCCU on that specific language from that report. Thank you.
Yeah, no, happy to give you feedback. So just an observation too, that as you guys work together as a board to working with your chair for feedback, I think if individually you're all sending your president requests for information and the chair's not, I assume you're involving the chair in those conversations?
Yeah, so the information, so what we do is we respond to information requests in a document in the agenda so that they can get answered. So for instance, a recent information request, there were it was around several different topics. The president designated those questions to the appropriate leadership team member, and they were able to answer that question, and then that's shared to the board in an agenda document. So, go ahead, Zach.
To follow up with your point, though, the practice has been that we would send our questions to the president. Maybe the secretary was involved prior when we had a president secretary. But it sounds like what I'm hearing is that the chair should be included on all of those emails with requests for responses to information requests.
You should actively engage your chair. Your chair is your designee. You guys have elected a chair. If you have a different process where you each individually are sending requests to the president and you all think that's working, then I'm not going to tell you otherwise. But I do encourage you to talk collectively about how you are sending forward requests of responses and information, and is it helpful in the way that you're doing it? And if it is, that's great. We're not going to be prescriptive about those processes. You can certainly establish the processes that work best for you. I would just say it's typical that that's the process.
I'll just state, I think there are some kinks in the process that could go a little bit better, so happy to start including the chair. I also think it would probably be good if we have just a running sort of list of what the questions out there are, because there's times that if it doesn't get answered in the first 2 weeks, it sort of just doesn't ever get responded to. And so we'll figure that out. I appreciate that.
So could I just encourage you to go back to thinking about goals and expectations that you set for the president? And if you're thinking about what are the things that you're asking the president to provide you feedback on and the time it takes, and is it helping inform the board in the policy and the decisions that you make, right? Just thinking about those things and collectively talking about those. I sense there's a transition in the board, and you have a lot of time spent. I mean, the bulk of your meeting tonight was in public comment, so it's difficult to do the business of the board when hours have gone by with public comment. And so thinking about just that time and how you're asking, what are you asking the president for, and how is it feeding into supporting the mission of the institution, right? That collective, we are acting together versus I want some information. And I'm not saying that's what you're saying, what you've done, but just that I want some information for me. It's the board is looking for this information, that you all are asking for that information as a board, not an individual board member because you have a specific agenda, right? That's a really important process that you're talking about as a board, and how you ask for information from your president and what you ask for and who has that authority, right? So if it goes through the chair, and this is why boards often do this, then the chair can determine this is your own objective. It's not in alignment with our priorities and the guidance that we have and the expectation we have for the president, and this will take time away from other things. So that's often why boards have requests from individual board members go through the chair, because the chair can be that discerning voice that these are issues that this is an individual objective or something someone is interested in answering individually versus collectively for the board. Do you understand my distinction there?
Yeah,
Okay.
and I think it's, if any individual board member is asking way too many questions and taking up way too much time and energy, then yeah, I think that seems reasonable that the chair might say, dial it back, 3 questions a week or whatever it is. Thank you.
All right, we have 2 minutes and 2 people that want to ask questions. Jerry and then Kevin.
Just a quickie. Does the Department of Education still function with you? It's same as, say, a couple of years ago?
For the most part. They didn't cut any of the accreditation staff in the U.S. Department of Ed, so.
Thank you.
Kevin, then Julie.
Great, thank you, Chair. In your experience, how common is it for a board member to file a complaint against the college within WCCU?
I think it just depends. There is no common. I got the question, is this a common experience at a board meeting? Well, none of them are common. Now, often if I'm there, there's challenges, right? The board is struggling for whatever reason. And I would say we're seeing much more disruption with governing boards that are just systemic of what's happening nationally. This is unfortunately becoming more and more common, where boards are not functioning as a cohesive group.
All right, Julie, and we have 36 seconds. I apologize, everyone, unless we want to extend the thing. Go ahead.
Just a quick question. On your slide where you talk about boards speak as a whole, you're bulleting, and one of them is that this should fully support all decisions made by the board. What kind of risk does it put on the college and the institution if the board revisits a decision that was made and that the administration is actively pursuing and moving forward, that they bring it back up and revisit it and vote to change it? What kind of risk does that put on us?
Well, you're creating disruption and inconsistency and lack of clarity for the administration, for the campus. I think that that's a really important consideration, is once the board is voted, you accept that vote and you move on. If you weren't at that meeting, you accept the vote of the board. Again, you're one individual, and the board has collectively made the determination.
Thank you.
All right, we're 30 seconds over, but Steve, go ahead. The last one.
Thank you. I want to be a little more forward-focusing, right? We've been pretty bogged down about this LPN program for some time now, but if we look forward, and the next presentation is going to tell us that much about how much more budget pressure we're likely to be under. And so we're going to, continue to pass budgets that I think, expect the president to figure out how to manage a 10%, ending fund balance get us back to that over 3 years. And we very well may be in a situation where we don't have, our revenues don't meet our expenses, and as a board, we set goals and expectations for the president to, cut those expenses accordingly, make the expenses equal to the revenues. We delegate that authority to her. It's going to come back over and over then that she makes cuts to classes or programs or, whatever it is in order to balance the budget. We will always have these public comment sessions, right, where then those individuals.
Steve, I apologize. Since we're over, do you have a question?
I do.
Okay, excellent.
We will always find ourselves in the situation over and over and over again where somebody is harmed by that decision. They will then use the opportunity to come to public testimony and essentially try to petition the board to alter the course. That's going to happen over and over and over. And I just wonder if from your vantage point, your perspective, you have any guidance for us as a board to, to handle that situation.
So there are a couple of things. I would strongly encourage you to reach out to ACCT. I have a couple of names of consultants that have great expertise, former president, former board member, who work really well together and have helped board members. It's really about the policies and procedures that you establish. I have seen boards who limit public comment to only agenda items that the board is discussing, limit people's ability to serial speak. So one person can speak for themselves, they can't speak for others, they can't continue. I mean, boards need to do what you need to do your business. You have to certainly be responsible to the public as an elected board, but you also have a responsibility to do the business of the college. And so you can establish policies and procedures that support your ability to do that.
All right. With that, we are over time, so we will, thank you so much for the presentation, answering our questions with all that. All right, we're going to go backwards now. We're going to go back to the consent agenda. Is there anything that would like to be removed from the consent agenda? And if not, then we just need a motion in a second.
I'm sorry, just a second, I'm pulling it up.
No worries.
I move to accept the consent agenda.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
Those opposed, any abstention? All right, we're now moving on to our action item, which is to vote in the Oregon School Board Association. You will see attached the ballot for two positions. The Board of Directors for position 6, that's our region. There are 3 candidates for that position, and there's also the Legislative Policy Committee position, number 6. Board position essentially allows, they represent us on the board for our region. The Legislative Policy Committee is very critical because they help with the legislative agenda moving forward. And and then we will be able to go from there. So what happens is we open it up for nominations and for each of the positions, or we could do a nomination for 2 individuals for both of those positions and go from there. So do we have any nominations? I have a nomination for board position 6, Maya Rabasa, who's the 3rd name on the
the list.
I'll second that nomination.
Excellent. Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Oh, go ahead.
Position, where is this information?
Oh, it's on board docs.
Thank you.
Yep.
Do you have any information about these people?
I believe there is a candidate statement that was listed. Well, I'll just express why I made my nomination. 4J school board member, has been really active within the community, has been very instrumental in not only local, state, and even at a federal level with a lawsuit against the Trump administration. And overall, I feel she would represent us very well on the board of directors with Oregon School Board Association. And having served on that board as through Oregon OCCA as president, it's incredible the work that is done, and our representation on that board is absolutely critical.
How's Judy Newman?
Oh, Judy Newman is in the Legislative Policy Committee. That's a separate position from the, yep, yep. Oh, yeah, totally. All right, so we'll go ahead and vote on this one, and then we'll move on to the legislative. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Any abstention?
I'm going to abstain. I just don't feel prepared to participate right now.
I tried clicking the candidate information and I could not open it. At least
Okay.
on my-
Gotcha.
Can't get some additional information for folks.
Chair, maybe we can check in with the board on the due date for this and to see if the board has additional time for the vote. Nicole, can you find the deadline for this vote? It's in November, I believe.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say that this would be the last chance we would have to vote on this, so.
Did you have a recommendation on number 2, Austin?
I mean, I do, but I would be open if anyone else would like to make a nomination. Oh, yeah. What's up?
If I could speak on the first one, I did a little research on these people, and I also went with Maya for the first position. What I found was that she was a teacher, she believed highly in public education and mental health, and was extremely student-oriented and wants student-oriented legislation. However, she had little experience documented as far as boards. I did take that into consideration, but of the three, I thought she was the most experienced.
Amazing. No, thank you. All right, next we have the legislative. Go ahead.
I'm unclear where we are with the first vote.
Oh, gotcha. It was a majority vote and 1 abstention.
Okay, so we have nominated Maya Rabasa.
Yeah,
Okay,
and voted on our ballot.
thank you.
Yep, excellent. Next is legislative. Oh, go ahead, Zach.
I would just ask, is there anyone that would like to speak to the 2 candidates for the other position? Because I don't feel like I can speak to either of them.
Oh, go ahead.
I also have notes on the second position. I went with Judy for my personal nomination. She was very budget-oriented, and she has a huge amount of experience. I'm talking huge amount of experience and awards as well as many degrees.
Yeah. So Zach, I'm sorry, you did have a question about the other 2 candidates. Do you mean? Okay, gotcha. Okay, excellent. Yeah. As far as the other candidate. Yep. Actually,
Were you going to nominate the same person?
Judy Newman, yeah. One. So yeah, if anyone wants to nominate, they can. But yeah. Oh no, sorry, student representative can't. Yeah, I wish, but yeah. But yeah, I make a nomination for Judy Newman.
Second.
That's seconded. Yeah. Just to speak on Judy, incredible experience, just in general with legislative stuff. Longtime board member, rock star. Everything you said. All right. Any further discussion? All those in favor of Judy Newman for the Legislative Policy Committee, position 6, signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Any abstention? All right, we fulfilled our ballot. Great job, everyone.
Thanks.
Geez, did we do that on time? Oh my goodness. All right. We are now moving on to the quarterly financial update. President Bolger.
Yes, as I mentioned earlier, We'll take about 30 minutes. Kara, would you please come to the podium? And we understand that the board has taken a look at the presentation, the slide deck. We can certainly bring that up. But what we'll do is see what questions you've got, and we will respond to those questions. What questions does the board have related to the quarterly financial update?
Okay, we got 2 questions. We'll start with Zach and then President Hampton. Go ahead.
Just more of a comment, actually, was just thank you for providing the numbers, and I will continue to dive into them deeper, and I appreciate seeing the actuals. It was very helpful.
Thank you.
President Hampton.
Okay, so I have a few questions, if I could ask them in order. Okay. This is more of just a technical thing for me. What does CCSF stand for?
Community College Support Fund. It's the funding from the HEC and the state.
Okay, thank you. And what would a 3.1 raise to tuition look like? And I would ask, like, for 1 credit, what would that look like?
Let me get my calculator.
Thank you.
Be an additional $4.62 per credit.
All right, thank you. And this was addressed in the slideshow, and I asked Dr. Bolger about this as well when we met earlier this month. But what is being taken into consideration to be cut or balanced before tuition is considered?
That is the process we're currently working on. So as we go through the listening sessions, the feedback through the college community, we will also work with College Council and Budget Development Subcommittee, managers, the board, but that's what we're working on. We don't have a developed list yet, but we do hear student feedback, and we appreciate that Amanda's engaged in Budget Development Subcommittee and a very good voice for you. But your consideration is noted, and we would also like to engage the students on a forum to talk about that tuition rate and potential increase when we get to that point.
All right, thank you.
Let's do first round. Yeah, go ahead. Kevin.
Thank you, Chair. Briefly, how has enrollment forecast changed since our last report?
Our budget included a 2% enrollment increase, and we're currently with the first fall term at 2.6% increase.
Thank you.
That can be found on page 17. Zach, Zach?
My understanding is that there are concerns about budget cuts at the state level, and that there has been a request to local governing bodies around this, to basically anyone that can receive state funding to submit a report to the legislature on what potential cuts might be implemented at an institution sufficient to help the state reach its goals to stay within its budget. Can you speak to the process, timeline for us to create that report to the legislature and when we might have to submit that? Thank you.
Yeah, and that might also be a follow-up question for Brett, that we can get you more information, but the HEC sent us a request and gave us 2 weeks to respond. What we did is give an initial calculation of, in order for you to cut, it's for Lane, it's an estimated $2.5 million cut based on the 5% statewide cut, which would have equated to X amount of section reductions or X amount of staffing reductions. So we gave them a list of what the potential things look like, and what the HEC does is combines all of the colleges into one report, and we'll send it to the legislature, which they are already working on.
Follow-up, which would be President Bolger, and which would be, I would love to see what we've submitted so we can sort of have a sense of, if this happens, what can we expect the outcomes to be. So I very much appreciate what we sent to HEC.
Sure.
PERS.
PERS, I believe we have a bond that is winding down. Can you tell us the timeline of that wind down? I saw also that there was a rise of 2% as the bond winds down. Can you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just explain that a little bit more.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Jonathan because he can pitch in here to help me. We have had a lot of discussions about the PERS bond. Essentially, we have two active PERS bonds. This one is finishing up in 27, 28. And I'm going to let Jonathan speak to it. He's done a lot of work on this.
You both are amazing, though. Thank you.
So we have two bonds, one that was issued back in 2002, 2003. Yeah. We issued another one that was 2022. The first one is sunsetting. As it sunsets, our debt payment goes up by about $500,000 each year in 27, 28. That's kind of like the clutch and the gas pedal for all of you old school drivers. As the debt payment starts to wind down, the PERS rate starts to come back up because the benefit from the bond starts to decrease. So we'll do this kind of double payment thing in 27 and 28.
I know rates are expected to go up with PERS and everything like that. I mean, is it out of question to have a third bond to kind of help mitigate those cost increases and potentially even mitigate some of the cost increases as this one winds down?
We actually have put ourselves on the list to be part of one of the colleges that will be part of a study of whether or not another PERS bond investment is a good idea. However, it is not recommended at this time to even move forward with that analysis based on where the market's at. The market is not showing to demonstrate a good time to invest in the bond because we will also be stuck with that for 20 years. So they are not recommending that at this point. So if something changes, we are already on the list of yes, us too. We want to be part of that party.
Got it.
We're also bringing someone in from Piper Sandler, and that's coming up. What is it, in January?
I think we moved it to March because the
March.
schedule was difficult, but Piper Sandler has several staff, yeah.
And so we are bringing in Piper Sandler to have a deeper conversation with the board about those matters.
I'll add too that there will be recalculating the rates and everything in December. So we'll have better data in December to see what our increase for our obligation will be.
Perfect. Thank you so much for those timelines. Any further questions? Steve?
Yeah, thank you. If your assumptions that you're currently operating under for the next budget cycle, right, that include assumptions for tuition increase, assumptions for staffing, for salary increase, assumptions, all of the assumptions are listed on a slide here. If those were to come true, and of course, some of them will, some of them won't, but for they're your best guess at this point in time, as well as your assumptions for the student FTE that we would have next fall to work with. Can you, at this point in time, what is your best guess if of the difference between revenues and expenses for next year?
Yeah, and that's a good question. So we're doing a two-part series here. So today we're bringing forward what 25, 26 looks like and estimations. We're going to go back and work with our budget development subcommittee, go through the assumptions, and then we'll bring back the 3-year forecast in December. Our early numbers based on early assumptions, the picture isn't better. So we still have work to do, but we do want to work with our budget development subcommittee and our group and go through what those assumptions are. And this was some of the foundation before we get through that. So we are bringing that back in December.
I'll just follow up. I appreciate that it's coming back in December, more work to be done. But for board members sort of, trying to understand and, honestly sort of accept the recommendations from our president as to what might need to be done in order to make those two balance out and still leave us 3 years from now back at our 10%. Where are we at right now?
We're still not far off our original target. We're still estimating the same target of $3 million. We're still looking at that kind of picture. This year, the concern, just to give a recap, is where we're projecting at right now is we may If we continue on the path we're on, we'll continue to refine the projections, and we will make sure we do mitigation strategies in this year to break even, but we're currently projecting to be about 500,000 over budget. We will mitigate that. We will figure that out in the budget, but right now we're living on the edge of just breaking even. We're not making any ground on making up that 10% ending fund balance, which our goal is to get to that by fiscal year 2029. So that's part of the strategy, is we're barely getting where we need to be. We need to get to not only make that up, but make ground on that.
We understand that the, the question from the board is why? Why is this happening? Why does this picture look this way? And you heard a lot of public comment actually question why this is occurring as well. And so we need to do more work with the board so that the board clearly understands what's happening in the budget, what the assumptions are. I wonder, I see that Jesse has a question. I wonder if we can take that. And then we do have something that we need to talk about with the board tonight, something that has been a question on the board's mind, and we want to be able to spend at least 10 minutes to talk about that.
Okay, good. Jesse, go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, I want to rush through this. First of all, Kara, I just want to commend you and the staff and everyone. On slide 3, you mentioned accuracy within, around 1% of total spending, and compared that to everyone else. So I think that should be applauded. That is a lot of tough work, and you all do great work figuring that out. You just mentioned this on getting to the ending fund balance of 10% by fiscal year 29. So I'm just curious, when was the last time, and perhaps this has already been answered, and I apologize for bringing this back up, but the last time that the college was at an ending fund balance of 10%.
I do have that information, and I will get the slide specifically to you, but 2016 is the last year I remember the college being at 10%. I think it was at 16%.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. We want to talk about the salary history. And why don't we go and look at that? That was a question by one of the board members, and so we do want to spend some time talking about that.
Yes, and Nicole, if we can just sneak to slide 5. One of the questions has been in context of what we're forecasting on positions and salaries and cost of people. Why are we projecting so high? This is all the data that you're seeing in these next slide are truly based from paycheck data. So we take our paycheck system, we run it through, here's what that information is looking like. In an average year, and this is the entire college because I can't separate it by fund the way we ran the data, but you can see that 23 to 24, it went up 8.27%, and it went up 7.92% from 24 to 25. I also listed out the different groups. So we have classified, faculty, managers. Stipends and other pay are unique and kind of involve multiple groups, so I'm not going to separate that out. Student workers is kind of unique, so I didn't do a deep dive into those two areas. But out of what the college spends on a whole, I gave you below. There's a total average of all 5 years of what we spend on each of those groups in total salaries, and then what 2025 is. And one of the things I do want to point out is twofold. One, we increased the investment on classified because that particular area went up. Faculty went down slightly. And managers is a discussion we have a lot about. I just want to point out that we're only spending 13% of our entire salary budget on managers. And that's also decreased in the 5-year average as well. So next slide, I'll just go through a few of them. Just to look at a full-time, I just went through each group so we can see each group as things moved. And this is, again, based on salary paycheck data, which is a little bit differently. So what you see, I point here because HR has a dashboard that's out there, and it's you have a lot of information on this. This is some staff work more than 1 FTE, some staff work less than 1 FTE, but when the year shakes out, what I'm giving you is an average hourly rate and the average FTE that we're paying for in hours. So there's X amount of hours for each of these pay groups. And when you look at full-time classified as an example, 2021, we had on average 287 FTE based on hours that we paid. And in 2025, we went up to 300.79 FTE. The pay rate went from, on an average, 26 to 35. We can do deeper dives if you'd like to have more information, but that's just showing you an escalation of the different pay structures as that goes through. Just quickly go through the next one as a comparison, full-time faculty. This particular one, we were at an average of 167 FTE in 2021. We're at 202 in 2025 based on the hours. The average hours for full-time faculty is 174.5 days, so that FTE is used with that calculation. Average hourly rate based on what we paid was $58 in 2021 and went up to $69 in 2025. Next one. Full-time managers, 2021 on average of 71 FTE, 2025 it was 73 FTE. The FTE calculation here is going to be more true based on the fact that managers don't get paid extra. They're all at a 1.0, so there's no way to get a maximum, but they come and go through the year. So that gives you a little different picture there, but the average hourly rate was $47 and it went up to $55 in 2025. Next one. Part-time classified, 2021 had an average FTE of 46 with an hourly rate of $22.67. In 25 went up to 53.32, went up to an average hourly rate of $25.97, almost 26. Next group. Part-time faculty salary history, in 2021, we had an average of 195, almost 196 FTE. In 2025, it went down to 164. You do see an average hourly rate of $44.50, and it went to $47.04 in 2025. This one's an interesting pattern. We could do a little more information, but we also know we have a part-time budget that includes a multitude of things. An interesting thing is just that this group kind of shares that bucket with them. So it kind of creates a different picture there, but this is still an average of what we're doing. Next. We do have a few part-time managers. I think somewhere in finance areas there's been hit and miss. I just wanted to include that for transparency. In 2021, there was 5 FTE at $39 an hour. In 2025, there was a half an FTE at $69. And next. If I can just go through 2 quick slides to help what President Bolger, do you want me to, you have questions?
Oh, I will.
Oh, okay.
Yes, please do.
Just a couple of, if you can go to the next slide. What I wanted to go through the 3 highest cost areas when we talk about forecasts. One, I'm just recapping, salaries is one of them. We talk about 85% of our general fund budget is spent on people. It includes this bucket. This is one. And salaries can increase, whether it's cost of living, it's step movements. There's supplemental step movements if people receive education or they're reclassified. There's a variety of ways that can happen for every group. And then other pay, there's training, curriculum hours, there's other things. And then there's just adding additional staffing. That can create that increase in what salaries expenditures look like. So that's the first bucket. The second one, if you go to the next page, benefits. We talk about OPE all the time. I just wanted to give you a recap of what we're spending on benefits. It's 3 big buckets, 2 technically. PERS has 2 sections that we spend $3.5 million on the employee PERS share, and then $11.5 million on the PERS bond, which if we didn't pay the PERS bond, we would still be paying for an unfunded liability. So don't think that would go away if we didn't have a bond. It's still going to happen. It just would be bigger, to be honest. So then you have the healthcare and OEB. We are spending $13 million a year for our benefits. We have a great benefit structure. And then we do all the other 2 categories. Medicare, Social Security is almost $5 million. And then all the other little ancillary things are about $1.5 million. But this is the other bucket that adds to that cost. And then the next one is, I kind of skipped one in there. The other thing that just is a limitation for us is our 3 big revenue streams, which we kind of already talked about. The state funding is one. It's based on an FTE calculation. It's capped. There's a maximum we can have. So that state support. Property taxes is really based on assessed values, things that we have in the county. We don't drive what assessed values are. We are given that whether we have 10 students or we have 12,000. And tuition is the area where we have a little more control. It's based on how many credits, right, and how much we're charging per tuition. So those are the 3 big factors that kind of come into play when you talk about forecasting. So I just wanted to make sure I covered that.
Steve?
Just a couple quick questions on the hourly rate that you kind of calculated for faculty, staff, everybody. Just to be clear, that's not loaded, that's not factoring in the value of the benefits. That's just the paycheck, not the take home, but the total of the paycheck.
Correct. It's salaries only, does not include benefits.
So I'm just trying to do some math. If I multiply that 69, you're saying that $69 an hour is this year's average hourly rate, I think is what you said, for faculty.
It was 2025, so last year's
For last-
average for all the hours that faculty or managers or anybody was paid, there's an average of what they were paid, and that's what it is.
Right, and I get most that faculty work, whatever, a 9-month contract, not a 12-month contract. But if you were to scale it up, just to get a sense of what that equals, for apples to apples comparisons, I think the number I multiply by is 2,080. Is that the number you multiply by?
Not for faculty. Faculty are, I think, 1396 because they only work 174.5 days a year times the hours. Managers are going to be 2080 hours. Classified are 2080 hours because both of those groups work year round. So faculty in a 1.0 contract is the 174.5 days.
All right, any further questions? President Hampton and then Zach.
This is more just for curiosity's sake. So this year for all salary, you have a 7.92 increase. Do you have any data on 2026 to 2027 increase or decrease, or what that number looks like, if you have it?
No, no, not yet. Yeah.
Thank you.
We're at 9 minutes left, but Zach?
Couple changes. So I think first, appreciate the FTE column on these. And I guess one question would just sort of be, looking back, is what is the, that part of this increase has been from staff and faculty growth. So I think just at a high level, going back about 2 years, we got a presentation right before I was on the board, actually, around the number of, I believe, faculty that we had and the ability to potentially serve 8,500 students with our sort of existing level of faculty, and that ostensibly we might be able to significantly increase our enrollment without significantly increasing our staffing hours. Doesn't seem to be playing out quite that way in practice, and I was just wondering if you could speak to what you're expecting in terms of increases in the number of FTE moving forward over the next few years, if that's a cost increase we should be expecting, that we need to include increases in the number of faculty or staff, not just the increase in their individual salaries.
Oh, I was making sure President Bolger was grabbing the microphone if she had.
Thank you for the question. I mean, I think it's a big question for us. And now that we have the finance team in place, then we are taking a look at what our models are, our financial models. And what I would like to have us do is unpack the question that you're asking and bring that back to the board at some point, because it's a big question.
Next question. There's a slide regarding changes in expected revenue and expenses. Can we go to that slide for a moment?
12.
Is it 17 or is it 2025?
Is it page 18?
Page 17? Is that what you're thinking? That page? No.
It said that we had 2.5 million less, 2.1 million less in
Oh,
revenue.
you're talking page 3. Sorry.
Yeah, right, okay, so yeah, right at the beginning, yeah, page 3. So revenue, 2.1 million less than projected, spending 2.5 million under forecast. Can you speak to either of those projections and, what we got right, what we got wrong, and if we're expecting revenue to similarly be less than projected in future years?
Well, I'm going to ask Jonathan to answer because he knows the details and he's trying to get out of it, but I see him over there and he does all these fabulous projections.
Sorry, can you ask the question one more time?
Yeah, on slide 3, it mentions revenue 2.1 million less than projected, spending 2.5 million under forecast. Why were we 2.1 million less than projected? Is that an ongoing loss of revenue, or is that a one-year loss of revenue?
Some of it had to do with property taxes. We collected a little bit less than we thought we would. Some of it had to do with tuition and fees being a little bit less than what we thought in different areas. And some of it had to do with a loss in interest in what we were seeing. We collect interest on certain things, and that was lower than expected. And then some of it had to do with accounting, with moving how we're accounting for summer tuition. So we can talk a little bit more about that later, but there's a new thing with summer tuition.
With these, how are we taking into account that we were under our forecast or less than projected in these two areas? How are we taking that information and considering that as we move forward?
That's a good question that we're kicking the tires on. So we get new inputs every day. A lot of it has to do with like I said, the interest rates. If interest rates go down, we collect less on interest. Property taxes, we look at collection rates and average over a couple years, and we kind of project that out. It has a lot to do with base value of property that's in the county. Some of it has to do, a lot of it has to do with enrollment, and then also what we get from the state. So there's each line of revenue takes a different calculation to kind of make the assumptions and do some analysis on.
Thanks. I look forward to sort of more nuance with that in the future. I guess, I don't know if it's really a question, it's more of a comment. I think my understanding is the legislature has created a committee to look at potential Measure 5 and 50 reform in the future. And that would really help us. And so I hope that the college is staying abreast of that process and engaging as we can to support our mission through reasonable reform to our students' property tax system.
Yeah, and just to add context to that, I'm aware of what that is. It's pretty complicated in Oregon, and we'll make sure we stay engaged in that.
Yeah, we are aware of it, and we are engaged, so thank you for that. And this is where advocacy comes in for the board members as well. Those of you who are interested in, that's something that you enjoy doing. We would love to know about that because you can join us in that kind of advocacy.
We have 3 minutes left. I just had a question in regards to other potential revenue sources. I believe, and this was briefly discussed, I believe, in our last quarterly check-in with the budget, the Budget Subdevelopment Committee had a list of different potential revenue sources or alternative revenue sources. Have we found that list? And is that there's a possibility of looking either at a policy analysis way or what we can do to potentially pursue some of those additional revenue sources?
I will check in with the committee. I don't recall seeing it off the top of my head, but I'll check in with them. We do have meetings regularly scheduled, so I'll check in with them and we'll take a look at that list.
Absolutely, yeah. As a board member, I just want to, I think with the tides that are changing, everything that is changing, having additional revenue sources, I think would be a net benefit. So, and if the Budget Subdevelopment Committee developed a list or any recommendations, I would be very interested in seeing that.
Yeah, that comes to me. That comes to me, so I
Oh,
appreciate.
yeah, totally, yeah. I was just saying in
what you're
general.
saying.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm saying in general, yeah. Good, Julie?
So I noticed here that it says that the ending fund balance is still less than the adopted number. So, and given the motion that was made at our last meeting, removing essentially the plan that had been outlined and approved by the Budget Committee and the board back in April and May, do we have a 3-year plan that we need to be in compliance with our board policy? BP 6230?
Yes, we do. We do have a 3-year plan. You might recall that the board in my goals removed the $3 million. That was the motion, and that's what was passed. There was quite a bit of discussion around that, and we consider having that we have a 3-year plan, and that's required. and that's through FY '29. We appreciate the flexibility. We're actually, as we thought about it, really, really pleased that the $3 million was actually removed. So thank you for that, because that gives us quite a lot of flexibility with respect to how to manage a lot of the shifting that happens in the budget during the year. And you might remember, too, that what we don't want to do is cause any shocks to the institution. And when you have large amounts of expenditures that you need to reduce the budget by, then you are going to probably shock the institution. So that's what we have been trying to avoid, and we're continuing to do that. We consider that operational.
And if I can add a comment, Julie, just based on what you were just saying about the, ending the last year at 300,000 in a deficit, we also reduced expenditures over $1 million within last year to get to that number. So it was work to even get to that number.
That's a good question. How's the status of our contingency, the 1.7 contingency for the maybe vacancy savings?
That's part of what's leading to having a $500,000 deficit, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So we have 0 seconds left, but I want to make sure Kevin gets in with a question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Just to add contextual information and reminder for the board, on June 4th, 2025, at the board meeting, the board approved resolution number 706, which was the budget that included a $3.1 million reduction. And for all you video nerds, that you can find that on timestamp 2 hours and 50 minutes into the recording.
Did some homework.
All right. Moving on to the next agenda. Thank you, by the way, for the wonderful presentation. Really appreciate that. We now have board policy reviews. The first reading. President Bulger.
Yes, this is an item, given the lateness of the hour, it's 10:40. I'm not sure if there are night people actually here, but if there are mostly morning people here, then we're sure that we will need to bring this back to you, because you may not remember what you decide on. We can certainly spend the time, but it is very, very close to 11 o'clock.
Yeah, Julie?
So when I was reviewing the policy, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Brett, but that you brought it to us, it's on the board packet. I read all the policies that are in this attachment. I don't know about the rest of you, but I know I did. I don't really need Brett to reread them out loud. And so if the rest of the board can kind of confirm that they actually read it, I think we could officially call this a first reading and move on.
We would appreciate that, because we do appreciate you reading the board packet before the meeting. We certainly appreciate that. That allows the business of the meeting to go a bit more smoothly, so that you can get your questions asked and
Zach, go
answered.
Um, Brett, of the board policies this week, my understanding is only one of them has any proposed changes at all. Can you just sort of name what the board policies that we were going to review are, and the one that has any changes at all? And then I think we're good. I'm hoping that we're good that we're good at that point.
Sure, no problem. Thank you. There are 4 board policies. Board Policy 6230, ending fund balance. Board Policy 6450, wireless or cellular telephone use. 6540, insurance. And 6550, disposal of property. The only policy that has a suggested revision is Board Policy 6540, and it's pretty minor. It's updating language to use gender-neutral pronouns, which has been a request previously of the board.
Thank you.
All right.
So with that, we would certainly like to check in with the board and make sure that this is a first read on these policies.
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much.
I think we got it.
You okay with that?
Excellent. I will move on to the academic affairs update. President Bulger?
Yes, I will ask Shelley and Shane, and I don't know if we have a student affairs report tonight. We do have a report from Column, and so.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you so much. And so we will, I know, the voice coming from the machine. And so if you could just take a couple of minutes to do that, that would be great. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you, President Bulger.
I trust that you have read my report, and in the interest of time, I'm going to be very brief. Across campus, learning extends well beyond the classroom. This fall term, nursing faculty launched a new virtual reality simulator to strengthen clinical readiness. Mathematics and engineering faculty adopted an open source textbook to increase access and affordability. The new Student Emergent Technology and AI Club is helping students explore digital literacy and innovation in a very rapidly changing world. Just last night, the college launched Mentor Connect, an inaugural mentorship program with our local chambers of commerce, pairing 27 students with 27 mentors who are deeply connected and networked within our community. I think all of us here can say the power of mentorship is very important. We wouldn't have gotten here otherwise. This fall, academic affairs and student affairs are working together with careful coordination to review and align course schedules for winter and spring. I would like to clarify that the college increased the overall adopted part-time faculty budget from last year to this year. What has changed is our commitment to stay within that budget this year. What has also changed this year is that the college debuted an inaugural annual registration system for students last May, allowing us a more informed and student-centered view of needed courses. We understand that schedule changes can be disruptive to students. These decisions are never made lightly. Each is based on multiple factors, including enrollment demand, program sequencing, availability of other course options, and program and degree progression requirements. In essence, we are trying to minimize any harm to students. When a course is canceled, students are promptly notified through official channels and are provided with guidance and support in identifying alternative options. Academic affairs and student affairs will continually monitor course registrations, and we will work together closely to ensure timely communication and advising assistance for any student who may need to adjust their schedules moving forward. I look forward to sharing more successes as the fall term continues. Thank you.
Thank you.
And if there aren't any questions, I will go ahead and.
Good evening. Just a brief update for you tonight. I am glad to announce that Lean Community College was able to partner with Eugene Springfield Heart Safe and Peace Health chest pain programs in receiving an AED for our sports fields. So that will be installed out on the sports fields to provide immediate care for our student athletes and the many community members who use our fields when our teams aren't competing. Last month, our managers completed training in the Quality Business Continuity Systems product, and they will be entering their department plans over the next couple months to ensure that we have a resilient business continuity system in place for the first time ever for all of our programs. And so I'm excited about that. I've reported previously, but we continue to work with our managers on implementation of the Gallup Employee Engagement Survey action plans, getting those entered into the system close to 100%, and we'll be reporting out on that goal of Dr. Bulger soon. Thank you.
I do have a question. President Bulger, I do have a question.
Of Shane?
Of Shane, yeah. Sorry,
Yes,
Shane. I do have a question.
No, you did not. No, Austin has a question for you.
You were perfect in the order there, yeah. Just a quick question, and this is maybe pertains to more to the report than it does to your presentation here, but there was concerns in regards to a decrease in the number of individuals under the race and ethnicity by quarter classification group. And I know there's a certain percentile that it kicks where we have to do I think it's an evaluation of standards and practices to make sure that there's no institutional issues that are impacting those populations. Am I remembering that correctly?
I'm not sure if maybe you're referring to some sort of disparate impact.
Potentially, yeah, that sounds
assessment.
familiar. Yeah.
I can tell you that through the search process, we evaluated every step of the process, and that is a review that's done by me and my staff. And then specifically with faculty, we meet with the vice president, associate vice president, and deans to evaluate the diversity of the pools before proceeding. So it's a very thorough process that we go through. I'm happy to provide an updated report on the demographics of our faculty and statistical analysis on whether those changes that have been reported are significant statistically, as I did in July, but that's my guess at this point.
Gotcha. Just wanted to double check on that. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
All right.
And Kala, please. Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Education, President Bolger and President Hampter. I'm gonna keep my presentation short here. I know it's very late. Instead of going over the board report, though, I would like to address a few of the statements that were made during this evening's remarks earlier on. First of all, the Multicultural Center is not closing, nor is the food pantry. In fact, in collaboration with CARE, the LCC Foundation, and additional campus partners, we have actually expanded our food purchasing to further support students during the current SNAP disruption. Also, the health clinic has recently hired a new nurse practitioner, and the mental health clinic is fully staffed. The administration has also not made any plans to combine the Longhouse Steward and Native American faculty coordinator roles. We're actually continuing the process right now to hire for an associate vice president for culture and belonging. Further, I'd like to mention that Student Affairs has been coordinating closely with Academic Affairs on a warm handoff process for students affected by the recent course cancellations. Our staff in Student Affairs have been proactively reached out to impacted students and offered priority advising appointments to support their academic planning. With 9 weeks remaining before the start of winter term, there's still significant time and opportunity for students to register for open classes that meet their educational goals. These students have also been given priority access to advising, and the college is closely monitoring registration and degree progress. And to date, no student we know of has been prevented from on-time completion or graduation as a result of schedule changes. We are keeping a close eye on this. More students identified alternative course options with no measurable impact on current enrolled FTE levels. And I'm open for questions if anybody has any.
Any questions? All right.
Thank you, Kala.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. We're now moving on to the information reports. Any questions or comments? I personally enjoyed the annual integrated pest management report. Thank you. Any other comments or questions in regards to the information reports? Seeing none. For the good of the order, board member questions and comments.
May I?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
And I'll keep it really short. Again, the foundation event last Thursday night was just spectacular because it's centered on students, and there was a group of, I may have the number wrong, 14 student ambassadors. These are folks who received foundation scholarships, and their stories are just inspirational, and I was going to summarize a couple of them tonight. I won't do that because of the hour, but I do encourage board members, people who are still awake and listening to this, or maybe they're going to see it on a recording, go to the LCC Community College website, click on Foundation, and then click one more time on Foundation Scholarships, and you can see for yourself the profiles of these student ambassadors, the folks who have received these significant scholarships, and it'll make your day. You know, if you're feeling blue, I really encourage you to do it because they're awesome.
Excellent. Jesse.
Just very, very briefly, because this seems to be a common occurrence that we're running into, would love to look at starting meetings 30 minutes to an hour earlier if possible, so that we don't have to rush through some of these reports that, I think are very, very valuable for us to hear from, and presentations. If, Kara could have presented for an hour tonight, it would have been, I think, beneficial. But I just, maybe it's a discussion for a work session, but would love to kind of flesh that out some more.
All right, thank you. President Hampton.
I have one thing that I didn't mention in my report, which is that we have started the student activity fee process. I mentioned that briefly in my report, but didn't fully flesh it out. So that it started this week, and we plan to conclude by week 9.
I just want to thank everybody. Definitely want to thank you for your presentation and hanging out and for your time. I really appreciate that. I also want to thank all the staff that's here, thank all the diverse voices that we heard tonight. I'm going to do the shout out. Kevin did it last time to the AV team. Oh my God, you guys rocked. This room is considerably better. I mean, you guys had some time to work on it today, and it made all the difference, especially with the presentations and being able to see people's talk. So well done, and thank you. I really appreciate that. And I do have other things to say, but I'm not going to because I'm exhausted. So thank you.
Good. Any further comments? Seeing none, our future meeting date, December 3rd, is our next regular meeting. And with that, we're adjourned.
So much fun.